The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby called to order. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening and viewing from abroad. I am Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., the chairman of this committee. The members of this committee are Senator Marvin A. Blyden, vice chairman, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Milton E. Potter. Before we move forward, I would like to outline a few housekeeping rules. Please keep your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would also ask the testifiers to please consistently identify themselves by their name and title before making statements and replying to questions for our in-house stenographers. I would also like to ask those who are present virtually to please consider muting your microphones when others are speaking online. Madam Clerk, can we please have the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Novell E. Francis. Senator Francis present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Mr. Chair, we have 3 present and 4 absent.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I do believe we may have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger online virtually. And I would also acknowledge the presence of Senator Franklin Johnson, who has arrived, who has graced us with his presence this morning. Can we try to verify if in fact Senator Alma Francis Heiliger is online? She's not online? No? Okay. But we do have a quorum, so we can proceed. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record? Okay, with that said, just was updated. So please do not read the agenda. Please see if there's any correspondence.
Sure. August 30th, 2024, Honorable Angel Bolkes Jr., 35th Legislature, Chairman on Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Greetings, Senator Bolkes. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Friday, August 30th, in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room. Due to a previously scheduled appointment, I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other correspondences?
That'll be all the correspondences, Mr. Chair.
Very well. You may now proceed to read the agenda into the record.
August 22nd, 2024, the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, Parks, and Parks hearing Friday, August 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks has scheduled a hearing for Friday, August 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference on St. Croix to receive testimony and updates regarding the status of the Department of Human Services, Lutheran Social Services, St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, and Paradise 48 Film Festival. Block 1, 10 a.m. to noon, the committee will receive testimony from Lutheran Social Services on its operations and services provided to the community. The committee will also receive testimonies from the Department of Human Services on the operation of senior citizen and youth programs, including but not limited to their challenges and successes. Invited testifiers, Junior John Straker, CEO, Lutheran Social Service, Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services. We have lunch at noon to 12:30. Block 2, 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. The committee will hear testimony from the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development on the status of the recent Kids Count report and recommendations. Invited testifiers, Deanna James, Director, St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, Kids Count. Block 3, 2:30 to 4:30, the committee will hear testimony from the Paradise 48 Film Festival programs and services. Invited testifiers, Lorica Jude, founder, Paradise 48 Film Festival. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we begin, I wanted to make a few statements. First and foremost, I wanted to commend some youth that have done something very extraordinary in our society. I wanted to commend Cruz and Stefan Wilson for their bravery and quick thinking during a life-threatening situation at Magens Bay on the island of St. Thomas. And these two 7-year-old twins demonstrated incredible courage and acting selflessly to help a man who was in distress, who was actually drowning. And their actions are a reminder of the strength and spirit of our community. And I really just wanted to commend those little young people. I feel like they're our young heroes, and hopefully many other young heroes will spawn from their actions, because we do live in a society where we should be unifying and helping one another. And when we see someone in distress, we should always be the good Samaritan and always try to help our brothers and sisters. So I wanted to commend Cruz and Stefan Wilson for their actions. I know that their parents must be very, very proud of them. Also, on the other side of the spectrum, I must express some disappointment. Colleagues, I must express some very deep disappointment for the urgency regarding VIGL Operations LLC, who have continued to not cooperate with the Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, and Sports and Parks. Despite many invitations and chances to engage with this community and the committee, VIGL has repeatedly ignored its duties to the people of the Virgin Islands. They have refused to participate in this process, to fulfill their commitments to reporting on the development of the Randall Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix. And it is unacceptable for them to do so when we have asked them on many, many occasions to come to this committee to report. And the time for leniency is over. There is no more patience left with this chairman concerning that entity. VIGL we will hold you accountable for your actions and ensure that you meet the obligations of the residents of this territory. This committee will not stand by while promises are made to the people of St. Croix and not fulfilled. We are ready to take the necessary steps, including issuing a subpoena, if that, to compel VIGL to appear before us and provide us with transparency and accountability that the constituents and the people of St. Croix and this territory deserve. At this time, I'm going to take a 1-minute recess. I apologize before we do. I want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Milton E. Potter, and this committee will go into a 1-minute recess. Oh, I apologize. Where am I coming from? Well, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Samuel Kariong as well. Madam Clerk, please make the annotations to the roll call for the record, and we will go on a 1-minute recess.
We are back on the record. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Mr. Chair.
Please recognize the mic of the co-chair.
Motion, Mr. Chair.
You recognize my motion, Senator Boquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to subpoena Mr. Jason Williams, General Manager, Racing Operations, VIGL Operations, LLC, and Mr. Andrew Dubuque, CFO, Managing Partner, VIGL Operations, LLC, of VIGL Operations, LLC, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks on September 20th, 2024, at the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix, to testify, and their testimony should include the current status and timeline of the Randall Dock James Racetrack construction, detailed financial expenditures, budget allocations, and future projections for racetrack operations, challenges encountered during construction and strategies to address them, compliance documentation, including permits and regulatory approvals, a detailed report on committee engagement efforts, including stakeholder meetings and public consultations, an economic impact analysis of the racetrack on our local economy, compliance documentation, including all permits, regulatory approvals, and communications with the local and federal agencies. Future operation plans and expected milestones, including timelines for completion of different phases of the project, the procurement process of materials and services, including local hiring efforts and contracting with local businesses, safety and security measures in place for the racetrack, including emergency protocols during and after building the racetrack. Be it further moved that VIGL Operations LLC provides a comprehensive written testimony and any supporting documentations no later than 72 hours of the hearing to ensure that thorough review and productive discussion by this committee. I so move.
Second. Motion properly stated by Senator Angel Boquez, seconded by yours truly, Senator Blyden. Seconded by Senator Noel Francis. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, no. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion carries.
And 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion carries. A motion to subpoena VIGL Operations LLC was properly voted on and will be forwarded to the legal counsel for further processing. I see our testifiers are present in front of us at this time. So what I'm going to do is have our testifiers state their name for the record, starting from my right to my left, and then I see there's someone in St. Thomas, and we'll have them put their name on the record. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Tisha St. Jules. I'm the Social Services Coordinator at the Queen Louise Home for Children.
Good morning.
Good morning, and my name is Junia John Straker, and I'm the CEO for Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carla Benjamin. I'm an Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services.
Good morning. And I see we have someone in St. Thomas. Can you please state your name for the record?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Ms. Baptiste. Lutheran Social Services, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Bolkes, members of the committee, fellow senators, and distinguished audience members, both present and viewing remotely. My name is Junia John Straker, CEO of Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands, Inc. I am accompanied today by Ms. Tisha St. Jules, Social Service Coordinator of the Queen Louise Home for Children. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak today about the critical work of our organization, that our organization has undertaken for nearly 120 years in support of the most vulnerable in the Virgin Islands. As the largest private nonprofit organization in the territory, LSSVI provides comprehensive support and hope to individuals and families in need through our 11 programs. Our services extend unmatched love and care to children and young adults at the Queen Louise Home for Children, offer essential support to children and families in our Early Head Start program, and provide comfort to adults with developmental disabilities at our 2 group homes. Our independent living housing facilities offer shelter to low-income adults with disabilities and seniors. In times of natural disaster, we are there to rebuild homes for vulnerable individuals and families. Today, I am honored to share more about our work and emphasize the importance of community partnerships in addressing the needs of our youth and the elderly populations. Our flagship program is the Queen Louise Home for Children, a safe haven providing residential foster care for children who have been abused, neglected, abandoned, or require respite care. The children in this program are housed in 2 cottages where our primary goal is to create a safe space for them to receive love, build trust, and grow in a nurturing environment that promotes healing and personal development. In recent years, the program has evolved due to changes in legislation, notably the Family First Prevention Services Act, signed into law on February 9th of 2018. This act reformed federal child welfare funding by redirecting resources to prevention services for families and limiting funding for residential group homes. The key provision of this act aimed to expand prevention services for children and families at imminent risk of entering the foster care system, focusing on placement in family foster care homes rather than in group settings. As a result, Queen Louise Home now rarely houses young children under 12 for extended periods. Instead, we provide emergency placements and remain prepared to lovingly welcome children 24/7. Our program has also expanded to serve adolescent girls up to the age of 22 who benefit from our focus on equipping them with the social, emotional, and life skills needed to transition into adulthood with confidence and purpose. These placements are made in partnership with the Department of Human Services. This transition has provided us with an opportunity to deepen our impact, offering love, guidance, and comprehensive support that sets these girls on a path to success. We believe in engaging our youth in positive activities that mirror a healthy family dynamic, whether participating in community events, practicing sports, or learning life skills. our team is dedicated to building self-esteem, fostering healthy relationships, and supporting their emotional development. Our mission is to ensure that Queen Louise Home is a place where children and young adults feel truly loved, safe, and supported. Alongside Queen Louise Home Cottages A and B is our Sister Emma Cottage. Located on the campus, this specialized program offers intensive 24-hour residential care for children and young adults with severe developmental and physical disabilities, many of whom are nonverbal and require constant care and attention. Our staff at Sister Emma Cottage are specially trained to meet the complex developmental, physical, and medical needs of these residents, while also creating an environment where they can experience love, joy, comfort, and dignity. The services include a contracted pediatrician and nurses, depending on the needs of the children currently in care. We partner with therapists and other providers to meet the needs of the children and young adults in the program. Like our other cottages, all placements to Sister Emma Cottage are made in partnership with the Department of Human Services. Additionally, we operate the Early Head Start program, which provides early childhood education, health, and development services to children from birth to age 3, as well as pregnant mothers. Through this program, we address the critical development needs of our youngest community members. This early intervention is crucial in preparing children for future educational success and in providing parents with the tools they need to support their children's growth. We work hand in hand with families to ensure that these children are given a strong foundation that will benefit them throughout their lives. Our commitment to the Virgin Islands community extends to our elderly population at Flamboyant Gardens on St. Croix, Ebenezer Gardens on St. Thomas, and Guinep Gardens in Frederiksted. We provide safe and affordable housing for low-income seniors, while our senior apartments are designed for independent living. The limited availability of affordable beds in assisted living or nursing home facilities has led us to accommodate a more frail and older population. Our dedicated team is committed to creating an environment where residents feel valued and supported in their latter years. Our residents consider the community a family, and our team members are often the only constant faces in some of their lives. We celebrate birthdays, Thanksgiving dinners, Christmas caroling, and special occasions together. We also coordinate activities that build togetherness, particularly for residents who do not receive family visits. Community groups have adopted our residents, frequently planning activities such as Bible studies, choir, concert, bingo games, and providing volunteer advisors, to assist with will and trust documents. Our staff spend time with our seniors daily, assisting those who require help with laundry, housekeeping, and meal planning. Seniors also have access to a part-time nurse who provide personalized healthcare services, including monitoring prescription, coordinating medical attention when needed, and offering regular health checkups. The nurse is readily available to help residents manage their illnesses and treatment plan, providing board care and encouragement during challenging times. We focus on fostering community and social connection through regular events, mental wellness check-ins, and mobility assistance. I'm proud to say that through these efforts, we help our seniors live fuller, more engaged lives. LSSVI operates 2 24-hour residential care programs that provide a safe and supportive home environment for adults with developmental and physical disabilities. These homes offer medical support, physical therapy, and various programs to help residents lead healthy and fulfilling lives. The Ginger Thomas Home in St. Croix, established in 1999, and the Yellow Cedar Home in St. Thomas, established in 1993, are integral to our community. Placement to these group homes are made in partnership with the Department of Human Services, ensuring that residents receive appropriate care and support they need. LSS provide housing and comprehensive support services for adults with disabilities who are capable of living independently. At our Danish Gardens apartment, Guineb Gardens apartment, and Bougainvillea apartment, all located on St. Croix in the Frederiksted area. Through our federally funded rental assistance program, our staff offers apartment management, maintenance services, and additional support such as transportation to grocery shopping, holiday celebrations, and more to help them maintain their independence. Many of the individuals in our program face the challenges of mental illness. We are committed to respecting their privacies while providing the necessary support to navigate one of the most challenging health situations one can endure. In partnership with the National Lutheran Disaster Response Program, LSSVI provides crucial relief and recovery services in times of major disasters. Our response program is activated to coordinate comprehensive support through every phase of recovery, from family case management and referrals to assistance with home reconstruction and mitigation work. This partnership ensures that our community has the resources and support needed to rebuild and recover in the aftermath of a natural disaster. How are these programs funded? We receive most of our funds from local and federal government grants and contracts to support our programs and services, and rely heavily on financial support from generous donors, including individuals, foundations, businesses, and other organizations to supplement our funding. Challenges and need for support. Despite our successes, we face growing challenges: rising costs of living, insurance premiums, and the constant maintenance required to keep our facilities safe for residents put a strain on our resources. Additionally, the emotional and physical toll on our staff is significant. We encourage self-care, but need to implement more training and wellness programs to keep our team to help our team cope with burnout. We need continued support from our community and government to increase and maintain these efforts. We cannot do this work alone. We have not done this work alone. I want to take a moment to thank the many individuals, businesses, and organizations who have supported and continue to support our programs. I also want to thank the governor, the legislature, the Department of Human Services, and other governmental agencies. It is through your partnership that we can continue to meet the pressing needs of our youth and elderly population and other vulnerable individuals that we serve. Your support is crucial as we strive to continue to provide quality care and support to many vulnerable people in our community. Together, we can ensure that every child, every senior, and every family in the Virgin Islands has the opportunity to live with dignity, respect, and hope for the future. I thank you for the time and for your commitment to our community. I'm confident that with your continued support, we can make a lasting impact on the lives, we can continue to make a lasting impact on the lives of those who need it most. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. John Straker, for your testimony. We will now move forward to the Department of Human Services, and I understand that you are providing a bifurcated testimony. You're saying one portion, and the other portion will be stated by who's in the St. Thomas Chambers?
Assistant Commissioner Baptiste.
Assistant Commissioner Baptiste. So are we beginning with you here on St. Croix?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Chair of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, committee members, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. On behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Avril E. George, who is briefly out of the territory and unable to attend today's hearing, we, Assistant Commissioners Carla Benjamin and Danelle Baptiste, embrace this opportunity to provide testimony on the operations of our senior citizen and youth programs. In acknowledgement and reinforcement of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services statutory authority under 3 VIC Section 432 as the state agency for all programs pertaining to youth, children, handicapped, elderly, and low-income adults and families whenever such a designation is required by federal law for the purpose of participating in federal programs, and VIDHS's current daily responsibility to administer services across the lifespan from birth to death, we will provide updates in the order of programs from youth to the elderly. Operation of youth programs. The Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services is a fully federally funded program that provides child care subsidies primarily to low-income families for early childhood education and care for children from infancy to 12 years old. They provide the same assistance for after-school programs, summer programs, and the non-traditional hours care to qualifying families. Through the Federal Office of Child Care's Child Care Development Fund, subsidies can be rendered to caretakers that are working or in training for at least 30 hours per week and who meet the income and household size guidelines. To enhance the program's ability to assist families in the territory, there were 2 key changes made over the past 2 years. First, the Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services amended its state plan to keep a COVID allowance that makes essential workers eligible for CCDF funding with a possible co-payment not to exceed $100 per child monthly, depending upon the household income. Second, with federal funder encouragement and support, the program increased its CCDF subsidy to the 100th percentile of the cost of childcare, as determined by the territory's 2022 market rate and narrow cost analysis. In addition to CCDF subsidy payments, which is a function of the Office of Child Care's subsidy component, the Federal Office of Child Care also provides direct financial support to child care providers in support of the quality improvement and licensing components of the program. The program has provided millions of dollars of grant funds directly to the territory's child care providers, as well as providing wish list items, where the program has purchased items such as furniture, equipment, furnishings, teaching devices, and software, etc. The end of August is the deadline for application for the territory's biggest grant opportunity to date, the American Rescue Plan Act Child Care Stabilization Grant, which allows child care providers that were licensed or certified by March 11, 2021, to apply for grants to cover the cost of operations to include wages, insurance premiums, utilities, rent or mortgage, etc. The jurisdiction received an American Rescue Plan Act Child Care Stabilization Grant of $23,084,248, of which to date, the department has paid out more than $16 million in grant funds, with another $4.6 million approved to be paid. The end of the month will also represent the deadline for the ARPA Quality Mini Grants for supplemental energy sources for childcare providers with a maximum of $40,000, outdoor play equipment with a maximum of $35,000, education and training with a maximum amount of $30,000, and health and safety with a maximum amount of $3,000. Providers may apply by August 31st, 2024, which is right around the corner. We hope to have other grant opportunities for childcare providers as we move into fiscal year 2025, but urge childcare providers to take advantage of these. The Office of Head Start serves children ages 3 to 5 from low-income families, providing these children with high-quality early childhood education and care that promotes the school readiness by providing education, health, nutrition, and disability services. 10% of Head Start enrollment is designated for children with disabilities. The Head Start program in the Virgin Islands is funded for 794 children. The Head Start school year for 2024-2025 welcomes students on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. The program will begin the year operating 15 classrooms on St. Thomas and 22 classrooms on St. Croix. The program looks forward to welcoming students into the St. John district into their new state-of-the-art facility with modern playgrounds and other amenities in January 2025. The program continues to make great progress on the disaster recovery major construction projects across the territory. All projects are estimated that it be the 6 in total, including Cruz Bay. All projects are estimated to be operational by January 2026. The programs that make up the Child Welfare Services spectrum are the Office of Intake and Emergency Services, also called Intake, the Division of Children and Family Services, DCFS, the Division of Intervention and Prevention Services, DIPS or DIPS, and some services are provided by the Office of Residential and Interstate Compact Affairs. These programs provide services for children and families at risk for child maltreatment and/or involvement in the juvenile justice system. Services are provided for children from birth to age 18, age 19 if a juvenile court of jurisdiction so orders, or age 21 for children in extended foster care. Services to assist with successful transition to adulthood are available for youth up to age 23 if they were in the government's custody at age 14 or older. Intake continues to provide first responder services for cases of child maltreatment on a 24-hour basis. DCFS continues to provide in-home services to families with elevated risk for child maltreatment to prevent escalation to harm and/or family separation. DCFS also continues to provide foster care and adoption services to include foster and adoptive parent recruitment and retention and training. The Division of Intervention and Prevention Services programming continues to provide prevention services for youth who have not escalated to adjudication and remand, as well as intervention services to those that have. The Youth Rehabilitation Center and the Anna's Hope Group Home are residential institutions under this division. The Office of Residential and Interstate Compact Affairs continues to manage and monitor residential facility services to clients across the lifespan, as well as to administer Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children, or ICPC, and Interstate Compact for Juveniles, or ICJ, services per statute. This year marked the territory's first contractual relationship with a facility for services for youth via a MAP or MAP provider agreement. This allows payment for services to follow the 85-15 Medicaid match. And Assistant Commissioner Baptiste will continue with senior programs.
Please proceed.
Updates on senior programs. The Division of Senior Citizen Affairs, SCA, currently oversees 12 programs dedicated to supporting the elderly community in the U.S. Virgin Islands. These programs encompass a range of vital services, including socio-recreation, homemaker services, senior community services employment, retired senior volunteer, family caregiver support, foster grandparents, state pharmaceutical assistance, adult protective services, information and referrals, elderly nutrition, and homes for the aged. Socio-recreation program. Our socio-rec program operates 3 senior centers: Estate Richmond on St. Croix, Project Strive on St. Thomas, and Adrian Center on St. John. The objective of this program is to provide specialized recreational and experiential activities that contribute to maintaining or improving the health, functional capacities, and overall quality of life for our senior population. Activities such as luncheons, beach days, bingo, arts and crafts, and movie nights help to engage our seniors and keep them active. Currently, there are 70 seniors in St. Croix, 46 in St. Thomas, and 24 in St. John. Expansion of these programs are limited by physical space and funding for personnel and other operational costs. It is important to note that active independence is a requirement for participation and maximum benefit from this program, and that adult daycare is not currently a service provided within our senior centers. Memory disorders are very prevalent among our aging population, with a gap in the availability of services currently within the department and our community. Homemaker services. Our homemaker staff assists 193 elderly, frail, homebound clients and adults with disabilities by supporting their activities of daily living, known as ADLs, and instrumental ADLs, as well as light housekeeping and other personal care needs. This support helps reduce the need for institutional care. The program currently has a wait list of 9 for the St. Thomas, St. John district, with 8 in St. Thomas and 1 in St. John, and 53 on St. Croix. Senior Community Services Employment Program, also known as CSEP. CSEP provides subsidized part-time jobs for low-income seniors age 55 and older, offering minimum wage and on-the-job training to aid their return to the workforce. This program supports community involvement and leverages their wisdom and experience. Currently, there are 32 clients in the St. Thomas, St. John district and 21 on St. Croix. Foster Grandparent Program and the Retired Senior Volunteer Program. The Foster Grandparent Program provides opportunities for seniors 55 years or older to work on a one-on-one basis with children with special needs, providing each child with love and attention. Foster grandparents are assigned to various childcare agencies, institutions, and schools, and work a minimum of 4 hours and a maximum of 8 hours per day. There are currently 20 individuals in the St. Thomas, St. John district and 10 in St. Croix. Retired Senior Volunteer Program, also known as RSVP, is a senior volunteer program intended for persons 55 years of age and older who are retired or semi-retired. There are 31 volunteers, 1 in St. John, 6 in St. Thomas, and 24 on St. Croix, serving at 16 different stations, 1 in St. John, 6 in St. Thomas, and 9 in St. Croix. It offers participants the opportunity to help meet critical community needs by providing services at senior citizen centers, hospitals, schools, and offices. These programs are currently being evaluated and revamped as longstanding programmatic concerns are being remediated, such as the creation of internal policies for fiscal controls and other operations. Family Caregiver Support Program. The Family Caregiver Support Program aids family caregivers of homebound elderly relatives by supporting 149 families who care for an elder relative, dependent grandchild, or friend. The program focuses on supporting caregivers with services including in-home and institutional respite, assessments, counseling, and access to resource centers. These centers offer staffing, group sessions, referrals, advocacy, support groups, and special activities. Information and referrals, INR. The INR program provides up-to-date information to senior citizens on the services available to them in the community and connects them with the help that they need. This program also provides senior ID cards to individuals 60 and older. The number of new clients served in this fiscal year is 237 in the St. Thomas, St. John district and 556 on St. Croix. State State Pharmaceutical Assistance Program. The Pharmaceutical Assistance Program is designed to provide financial assistance to seniors whose income is less than or equal to $18,000 for a single person or $30,000 for a couple to assist with prescription drug needs. A copay is required for each prescription at time of purchase. To be eligible for SPAP, an individual must be 60 years of age or older and must be a VI resident for at least 6 months. Proof of age, residency, medical status, and income are required when applying. The Adult Protective Services Unit offers protective services and case management for 242 disabled adults aged 18 to 59 and 645 elderly individuals aged 60 and older. The unit investigates suspected cases of abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. Staff screens and evaluate cases, arranging services such as placement in 24-hour nursing homes and the Territory's Home for the Aged. This division has seen an increase in referrals and with very limited staff. Through these referrals, the needs of the elderly community are thoroughly identified and contribute to the waitlist experience within all other programs. Currently, this unit has 4 staff members in St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas, with only 1 social worker in each district, along with the district managers. This program is severely understaffed, requires additional social workers, and are challenged with addressing the needs of this vulnerable community. The program is working closely with its federal partners to identify how best to maximize federal funding to support these needs. Nutrition program for the elderly. Commonly known as Meals on Wheels, the program offers nutritionally balanced meals 5 to 7 days a week to individuals aged 60 and older, as well as disabled persons under the age of 60. Currently, 394 individuals in the St. Thomas St. John district and 540 on St. Croix benefit from this service. Meals are also available at congregate sites, including the Strive Center, Richmond Center, Adrian Center, Lucinda Millen Home, and Wilford Pedro Home for the Aged. Presently, there is a wait list of 67 people on St. Croix with no wait list in the St. Thomas St. John district. While the efforts initiated by this body, which that is the appropriation of $100,000, was appreciated in an effort to eradicate the wait list, it was not allocated for the necessary use, such as the purchase of vehicles, which is a primary challenge, nor did it allow for enough sufficient time to be able to hire personnel before the end of the fiscal year to achieve the goal. Nevertheless, the program continues its efforts as usual to address the wait list as best as possible. It is our hope that additional funding can be provided in the new fiscal year for both personnel and vehicles to address the current wait list in its entirety. Homes for the aged. VIDHS operates 2 long-term residential care facilities for the elderly, offering 24-hour care and nursing support at the Lucinda Millen Home. The homes for the aged cater to senior citizens aged 60 and over, providing a supportive environment that upholds their independence, dignity, and choice. Services include medical, nursing, and custodial care, along with therapeutic, recreational activities to help residents stay active and self-sufficient. Currently, 41 residents receive care, 22 at Herbert Gregg Home, 12 at Queen Louise Home, and 3 at Lucinda Millen Home. There is a waiting list of 51 people for entry, with 26 on St. Thomas and 25 on St. Croix. Staffing and supply shortages, as well as facility concerns, continue to be key challenges for the homes. With the assistance of Governor Bryan and through internal solutions, the team is working to address longstanding facility repairs and are working to obtain necessary supplies and equipment such as jerry chairs, medical supplies, and kitchen equipment. As previously mentioned, the department is excited to continue on its journey towards building 2 new skilled nursing/long-term care facilities. Currently, the department was obligated $129 million for Herbert Gregg Home for the Aged and $72 million for Queen Louise Home for the Aged. Additionally, approximately $1.9 million has been obligated for temporary repairs and related relocation for the Queen Louise facility. This project was put out to bid and a contractor has been selected, and the contract is in process. Architectural design is in process for the new construction of Queen Louise and Herbert Gregg through close collaboration with the ODR, Office of Disaster Recovery, and these projects will be managed through the Super PMO. The SCA staff works hard to address the needs of our elderly community, which continues to grow and has exceeded the capacity of some of our programs. There is simply a higher demand than what the programs are currently able to supply. The team continues to work with our federal programs, community partners, and the administration to develop creative strategies to address these core challenges. In many cases, while solutions have been identified, they will take time to implement and for relief to be attained. Many of our senior programs are funded wholly by general fund allotments and do not allow for the use of federal funds. Additionally, those funded by federal dollars are very limited in what those funds can be used for. Given the department's challenges with hiring staff funded wholly or in part by the general fund, due to the budget cuts seen by this department in this past fiscal year, there has been very little individuals hired into these programs over the past year. We hope that this can be addressed as we move into the new fiscal year. Conclusion. In closing, the Department of Human Services works diligently every day to carry out its mission with the resources that are available. On behalf of Commissioner Avril George, we would like to publicly thank our staff for their unwavering dedication and continued commitment, as well as Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach for their continued support of the department. This concludes our testimony, and we remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, and I would like to also, wait, do we have one more testifier? Is that everyone? Okay, that's everyone. Okay, excellent. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being here this morning to have this discussion concerning the youth and aging here in the Virgin Islands. We do appreciate all of the work that you do on a daily basis to provide services for our youth and aging. And it is no secret that the members of this institution take your work very seriously, in addition to the fact that we have also been due diligent to provide additional support if need be when required. We have helped with the Meals on Wheels program by providing appropriations, offered funds to purchase new vehicles for the Meals on Wheels program, along with Medicare appropriation, which was done sometime a few months ago. So, you know, we continue to take what you do very seriously, as it is an integral part of our society. And before we start, I wanted to let the members of this committee know what the order is going to be this morning. First, we'll begin with Vice Chair Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Second, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., President. Third, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Fourth, Senator Samuel Cadiong. Fifth, Senator Milton E. Potter. And then sixth, with Senator Alma Francis Heileger when she does grace us with her presence. And before I begin with Vice Chair Blyden, I do want to talk about the Meals on Wheels program just a little bit. My office on the island of St. John has had a number of requests concerning the Meals on Wheels program for St. John, and they have been having a lot of issues that need some support. I know that the bid is going out again. I do not know if there's going to be more than one bidder this go around, but we really need to look around and see if we can find at least a few bidders so that we can choose the best possible option, because there are some deep concerns with the current entity that provides the service. I have spoken to Mr. Milligan about it on several occasions, and I was hoping to find out what is being done in that space, specifically for the Meals on Wheels program on the island of St. John.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So the department also shares those concerns And so we are putting the bid back out for the St. John Meals on Wheels program, are being proactive in reaching out to various providers so that we can ensure that we do have a response. We did put that bid out earlier this year and it came back with no responses. So we're getting ready to put it back out and ensuring that individuals who are interested and ready to apply. In the meantime, with our current supplier, we will be organizing a meeting to sit and discuss what the challenges are so we can ensure that we don't continue to see some of the issues that we've been seeing. There's a number of issues. We've been kind of addressing them as they come along, but we've identified that we need to have a more comprehensive conversation. And this is something that has taken place, but we realize that we need to come back to the table again.
Okay, very well. And I know I'm speaking to the choir when I say this, but for some people, that is likely one of their only meals that they may even see in the day. So we want to be able to provide that service for them. I know that, you know, each island has its specific challenges, but I would really like a bit more attention on the island of St. John, and I would appreciate that. Senator Marvin Blyden, you are now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues.
Please recognize the microphone of Vice Chair Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to all of the testifiers this morning, and thank you so much for what you do on behalf of our very young and senior members of our community. Let me start quickly with Lutheran Social Services. And I want to say again, good morning to Ms. Jan Straker and Ms. Jules.
St. Jules.
St. Jules, for what you do on behalf of some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Let me say though, you do very important work. And it makes me feel real good to see what you have been doing and continue to do. You have 11 different programs. That's a lot. And you spoke to some of what you do. But let me ask, in respect to Assistant Commissioner for Human Services, good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned in your testimony of some funding for different providers, childcare providers. And you spoke to some funding that will be expired as of tomorrow, the 31st of August. How did you market these grant funding to the different providers that provide the most critical services in our community? How did you advertise or market it?
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. The particular grant opportunities that I mentioned have been available for at least 3 years. Over those 3 years, it's been advertised utilizing press releases, utilizing social media, utilizing print media, several times mentioned in this particular venue, individual emails, Zoom convenings with all childcare providers.
Very, very well. Have Lutheran Services received any of those dollars in respect to your operation and what you do? Speak into the mic, please.
No, we haven't.
You haven't?
No, you're talking about childcare funding?
Excuse me?
Well, we have federal funds that we receive for our Early Head Start program.
Okay.
And so we don't qualify, I don't think, for some of those fundings. We did receive funding, separate funding after the COVID to address some of the same, I guess, issues that's been addressed by the child care funding.
Very
So our
well.
program didn't really qualify for their funding.
Very well, and I'm happy you put that on the record and clarified it. Let me ask, in respect to human services, you have a lot of very critical program that basically supports our seniors and our young people. But let me ask in particular, a couple of the divisions. You spoke to
1 minute.
the family care giver support program that supports 149 families. And you also spoke to the Adult Protective Service. And Assistant Commissioner Baptiste spoke about the shortage in a division. 4 staff members and 3 on St. Thomas with only 1 social worker. And it's severely understaffed. My question is, Assistant Commissioner, what amount, number one, how many workers do you believe that will be suffice for this division in particular? And number 2, how much more funding is needed or necessary to really see the impact on those individuals? Because many of our seniors are taken advantage of on a regular basis, and it really affects their mental health. It affects everything about them, and they have reached to such an age whereas at that point they should be cherished and not abused. So can you speak briefly, please, about how many individuals do you believe you need for that division, and how much more funding do you believe that's necessary to carry out their duties?
Assistant Commissioner Donald Baptiste. I think that this is one of the areas that we could never have enough staff members in. And so in terms of being adequately staffed, that would be a hard answer to give. But in terms of what's realistic, we would like to see at least 2 additional social workers in each district, along with at least 1 additional support staff. And we also need additional funding to take care of the basic needs that we encounter when we're dealing with these individuals. That would probably come up to about $450,000, $500,000 from my estimate.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Because as I stated, many of our seniors in our community reach out to us at times confidentially, and we try our best to see how we can assist. But nonetheless, I appreciate your responses, and my colleagues and I will see what we can do in terms of finding creative ways to bridge the gap in these areas. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. I want to follow up on the question that my colleagues just asked about the child care provider program. And coming here this morning, my phone went crazy because some of the providers are saying that they're pending payment from October 2023. And some of them are pretty much not even trying to take part in the program and seeking loans to stay afloat. But we have this federal funding here. Can somebody please help me out and explain to me what happened, and if this is true that some of them are still pending payment from October 2023?
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. So it is possible that there may be child care providers who are owed subsidy payments between October 2023 and now. There are a number of reasons for that. The child care subsidy payment process, which takes place monthly, is dependent on the child care providers submitting their invoices, which is dependent on them receiving things such as the vouchers from the families that participate. In addition to them submitting, the child care providers, if the child care providers submitted all of the documentation that they needed monthly for subsidy payments, they would also need to have in place a provider agreement that covers that particular. So for the 2023 payments, they would need to have a provider agreement for 2023 in place. And that subsidy payment is separate and apart from these grant opportunities that I'm referencing.
Through the chair, but by chance, can you submit a chart to this committee showing those who are owed, especially from last year, 2023, October? You know, this is a critical service to our single parents, mothers that doesn't have fathers in their home. These assistance and these type of assistance from these child care program is very, very important. And if a child care agency, daycare, whoever it is not being compensated, they can't keep the door open. They just can't. But not only that, some of them right now, as I say, are seeking loans when we have this federal money here. So we need to really understand why or what is happening, why these folks are not getting compensated, because the calls that I receive is they've been doing their part. So somewhere along the line, we need to have a meeting of the minds where the agencies sit down with these providers and go through the entire package with them, because they're saying that they're submitting, but they haven't been compensated. It's very hard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Point of information, Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in respect to my colleague from Frederiksted, let me ask in respect to the grant funding, because you stated some 60 million was already approved and 4 is in the pipeline. So the difference of some 3+ million, what happens to the fund as of tomorrow? They would be lost, or they'll be asked for extension of these funds? What happens in that space?
If there are grant funds left for the Child Care Stabilization Grant, they will likely be funding that goes back to the federal government.
Yeah, and the needs are great here.
If I may, Senator,
yes.
$23 million amongst the child care providers that we have in the territory is a lot.
Yeah, it is.
We did receive, in a lot of cases, more money from the federal government under ARPA funding than we're able to saturate. In this particular situation, we allowed the child care providers, and we're the only jurisdiction in the U.S. that allowed child care providers to apply twice. So there are providers out there who have applied for grant 2 times. There are some who have chosen not to. There's some of that money that we're talking about that has been approved and is pending payment is the second go-round for some providers.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because child care is so critical here in the territory, especially to have folks go out and work and provide for the family, etc. So thank you for putting it on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. And before I go to your point of information, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, I would like to please remind the testifiers to please state your name and title for the record. I did not want to interrupt the flow of the conversation at that time, but please proceed, Senator Franklin Johnson.
I want to ask the next question about these providers. Aren't these providers have to be already in your system from of January, beginning of the year? So they had to go through the entire package to apply for this. Is it correct to say that?
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. So the Office of Child Care Regulatory Services has 3 functions. They license all facilities, they provide quality improvement, and they have a subsidy program. Because you have a license does not necessarily mean that you're participating in the subsidy program. And the particular grant funding that we're talking about, you would only qualify if you were certified or regulated by March 31st of 2021. A lot of people, a lot of the providers meet that. It's so complicated. The payment vehicle is a private provider agreement. And that's one of the things that initially got us behind. If we don't have a provider agreement that's executed, even if you have your licenses, even if you provide your invoices and your enrollment forms, we can't get the payment made.
So if you apply in January and you're complete by March, the entire process, what would be the delay in them getting a payment? Because some of these folks that are speaking, saying they went through this entire process and they meet all the criteria, but from October of 2023, they're owed. And this is where I think we're having this difference in conversation here today. Because this is, I mean, on my way here, again, people are listening. People are listening. And when they find out who's coming to testify, they start calling. And the reason I came in a little late, I've been in the parking lot taking one call after the next. And these folks are very, very concerned about the payment that they haven't received.
So with that said, thank you for the responses. And Senator, I know that you also have allotted time, and I wouldn't want to neglect the rest of the members. But when you do have your appointed time, you can definitely drill down further on that if you wish to do so. Right now we have Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. And I too really want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you do for this community, especially for vulnerable population. And I see that you're wearing your yellow today, which signifies happiness in some instances, but more that hope. And there is hope in this community because I continue to endeavor to be optimistic rather than being pessimistic, but we do have a lot of challenges here in this community. Before I go to my line of questions, I wanted to go back to Ms. Benjamin real quickly because I know when I sat as the chair of the Human Services Committee, that we had some issues regarding payments as well. How are we keeping these individuals informed? Is there any feedback being provided, so that they will have a sense of expectation when the funds will be made available to them? How are we keeping them informed?
Mostly via email and telephone conversations. They would speak with the program staff, and if they're comfortable reaching out to me or they have a question that they believe is not being addressed, then they would reach out to me or the commissioner.
Okay. And I would imagine a lot of times when they started to reach out to the senators because they have exhausted reaching out to you, is it your testimony that, in fact, that there is some contact and communication being made with these individuals?
There is.
Thank you. Ms. Straker, thank you so much, Ms. Sand. You have a lot on your plate, and I believe that Lutheran Social Services really contribute a lot to this community. And the work that you're doing there, I can't imagine, if we didn't have your services, where we'll be today. And of course, you see it at one end of it, and Human Services also play a significant role on the other end in really, doing their part as well. What is the synergy or collaboration that's occurring between Lutheran Social Services and the Department of Human Services? And I know that you're sitting across from each other, but I really would like to hear for the sense of making sure that there is some continuity of service. What is the conversation or the synergy that occurs between both agencies?
Junior John Straker, Chief Executive Officer of Lutheran Social Services. As far as our children's program at Queen Louise Home for Children, we do have a contract with the Department of Human Services. There, we have, so all the placements are made through Department of Human Services. So we're in constant communication. The children are cared for, but they are in the guardianship of Human Services. So the constant communication between the social workers, between Ms. Benjamin, between the supervisors, and our Queen Louise Home staff. So in every single program that we have, well, almost all, we have the 2 group homes for adults who are developmentally delayed. Those are also placed in the home by Department of Human Services. We do have a contract with them, and we supplement our care with fundraising dollars as well as funding from HUD as far as maintaining the buildings. So basically, we are in constant communication. Our families become their families eventually in our Head Start program, Early Head Start. So yeah, there are lots of conversation, lots of cross-funding.
So the synergy is great. I mean, you do have a good working relationship with each
Absolutely.
other. Very
Absolutely.
good. Thank you. Thank you. My time is running, and I just wanted to say about the Head Start, early Head Start. I know that you had your building that you recently did the ribbon cutting on, and of course we're looking forward to the ones that's being done by Human Services as well. But like 794 Head Start students that will perhaps be starting school in September the 3rd. Next week, you said, and that's significant. A significant number of individuals. But I passed the truancy bill, and I've really been tracking the truancy that we're seeing in our community.
Time.
And believe it or not, Mr. Chair, if I may just
Please proceed.
You believe it or not, the number one number that seems to be prevalent with truancy is kindergarten. Kindergarten. Again, those fundamental age where they can't take themselves to school. So how are we engaging with the parents and making sure that even for the Head Start program that they start to develop that fundamental of understanding that these children and these youngsters need to attend school? What is that communication? I know that you met with the instructors recently. I saw some posting where you meet with the instructors for the Head Start. How are we also engaging parents?
Well, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. Head Start is a heavily parent-involved program. In terms of kindergarten, the whole goal of Head Start is to make children ready for school. And the Department of Human Services and the Department of Education have a lot of partnerships that are happening. One of the major events that happens every year is a transitional conference where the Department of Human Services and the Department of Education have a conference where parents come in, they're assisted with all of the documentation that they would need in order to have a smooth transition of their child from preschool to kindergarten. The Head Start children even have an opportunity to go sit in a kindergarten classroom to experience what that feels like. And so the Department of Education and Department of Human Services try to work together to make sure that that transition happens and that parents understand that this is an opportunity to give your kids a head start.
Thank you. Thank you. My time has been called. Hopefully we'll have a second round. I have a few more questions I'd love to ask on the second round. But Mr. Chair, if you just allow them to answer on your time in regards to the waiting list for the seniors center. I know that they gave several waiting list numbers, but I didn't see anything for the senior centers. What is that waiting list number? Ms. Assistant Commissioner Baptiste, if you could address that, I appreciate it.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. One second, Senator. Pulling up that information. If you would allow me to provide that information later once I locate it.
Okay, very well. When you do have the information, signal in the St. Thomas chambers and we will acknowledge you. I would like to chime in on some of the things that the previous senator mentioned concerning the Head Start, the new Head Start, which is a wonderful facility here on the island of St. Croix, and we're building out ours on St. John, so we'll be joining the fold very, very soon, and we're looking forward to that. What I wanted to ask you, though, with the new facility, has there been any unforeseen financial or fiscal issues that have aroused because, of course, of the building, and perhaps it's some underlying costs that you did not foresee, or do any of those exist?
Junior John Straker, Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands, CEO. Yes. Thanks for asking, actually. When we started this project, it was actually before the pandemic. We went through the pandemic. The cost to actually construct was more than doubled, which means that if we knew that the program itself did not provide funding for insurance, the additional insurance costs, maintenance costs, you know, the cutting of 4.43 acres. So we knew that we didn't have the funding for that, but we didn't anticipate the actual doubling of the cost of the construction, meaning that your insurance is like almost 3 times what I thought it would be.
Right.
The actual cost of maintaining the facility is alarming to me because I honestly knew we'd need some funding, but the funding is a whole lot more than what I anticipated.
So with that said, is your organization in a place to be able to absorb such a change in the amount of insurance at this time specifically?
No, we're not.
You're not, okay.
We're not, and so we are hoping that the legislature can help us with some of that cost. We have actually spoken to, we've spoken to you, but we've also spoken to Senator Francis in trying to help us with some of those unanticipated costs.
Okay, and I'm sure, you know, once we get into discussions at some given point in time, we'll do our best to try to accommodate with the rest of our members in this institution. And before we go to Senator Franklin Dean Johnson, being that I mentioned Head Start on St. John, I know the facility is going to open with a date of January 2025. And I wanted to know if there were any steps already being taken concerning recruitment or any staff training for individuals who will be working out of that facility. And if in fact we can hopefully hire some St. Johnians who are already on the island, you know, rather than not saying that we don't want individuals to come over from St. Thomas to work in the facility, but you know, it's always better to have a few St. Johnians who are there on the ground in case you need some of those little intimate things done. You have someone who's already on the island. What does that look like?
We are recruiting. Everyone who is on staff at Head Start, we just completed a week of pre-service training last week in anticipation of the St. John site coming online. We put the word out that we need a teacher, an assistant teacher, and nutrition staff, which is pretty much full staffing for that particular classroom because it's a one classroom facility. So we will be recruiting and trying to bring people on board. Hopefully, we'll be able to get individuals in St. John, but the previous personnel that staffed the St. John site have since retired. So we're recruiting.
Okay, and any of those recruitments would be for any special need providers in the sense of speech therapy, occupational therapy, because we do have a small population of children that need that sort of assistance on St. John as well.
Yeah, we don't hire those staff with those specialized skill sets. We partner with the Virgin Islands Department of Education for some of those services and with private providers for others.
Well, being that I have you here, would you let those individuals utilize the facility to offer such services? Or a section, an area for some of the children?
Well, the facility is going to be a pretty big facility, and it is a facility that the community is going to be able to utilize. It's hardened, so we're going to be able to use it for shelters. If there is a resource, I'm sure, that can come in and provide services to our children with special needs, it's definitely a conversation that can be had with because we are heavily federally regulated, right? Yes. With the administrator, and we would make this space available, anything to get the services that we need for the children.
Okay, very well. And please remember to state your name and title as well. Senator Johnson, if I may ask you for a favor, I did mention Senator Johnson was next, but Senator Blyden wanted a point of information. Okay, very well. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Benjamin, in respect to St. John, How many children do you anticipate that's going to be at that facility?
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. It's a one classroom facility, and so it's 20 children.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Blyden. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Wow.
5 minutes.
Good morning again. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Ms. Drake, I don't want for 1 minute that you think that I don't appreciate all what you do and all the assistance that I've received from you guys with a lot of single mothers and all the problems they have. So I might not ask you a question today because I got some burning things for human service that I have to definitely get some information, because as I sit here, the phone won't stop, just won't stop. So I want to say thank you for all that you do for this community and what all you have done when I reach out to your office for assistance for a lot of single mother in crisis. Thank you very much. I need to get back to human service. My phone going crazy. And one of the providers said to me that they have been a part of this program for nearly 20 years. They said to me from August of last year up to now, they're owed $150,000. Nobody can keep the doors open like that. It's just about impossible for a small business that offering service, that expecting grants, to keep their doors open. I don't even know how they're doing it. I don't know who they're begging and borrowing from, but this doesn't sound good. And in conversation, since I've been on the air, on the floor, they're saying to me that they have signed every document with the agency that's needed to be signed. They keep looking to see funding and payments on the ERP system, and they are not seeing anything. So what would you say to me, to a provider that says that they have done everything, every agreement with the agency, but they haven't received payment from August of last year?
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. So that does not compute for me. I would need to know what comprises that figure that you're calling, and I would also need to know what has been done.
That's what we're trying to find out what has been done from your agency.
The flip side of that is this provider saying they've received grants, but they haven't received their subsidy payments? Like, what is this $150,000?
From August, they haven't received payments for these grants from this same program here.
Which grants, though? That's what I'm saying. It's multiple different funding
The
sources.
child care.
Okay, so providers that participate in this subsidy program get subsidy payments, which represents the Department of Human Services paying for children going to their daycares.
Yes.
The grants that we're talking about is a completely different thing. So it's possible for a provider to say, I haven't gotten paid for my subsidies since November. And I'm not saying that one supplants the other, but they've gotten a grant for $650,000 and another grant for $50,000. I would need to know, or in some cases, providers who are calling are asking about their grants and they need the grant in order to be able to stay solvent. I am not like trying to sound insensitive, but I would need to know exactly what they're talking about. I have received phone calls and gotten one version from a child care provider, and then when I looked into it,
for time's sake, I'll organize a meeting for us to meet with these folks, because they're saying they've been reaching out to you guys and they talked to you before. So I'm not hiding any bones. I'm not playing games with this. People cannot keep the doors open when it comes to grant money. And we're looking to send back, what, $3 million? We can't do this. I need to ask some question about Hubert Greggs. My phone just I wish I could have turned it off, but I can't. I want to ask some question about Hubert Gregg. Do you guys have sufficient supplies like Pampers, wipes, supplies, and different stuff to maintain and keep our elderlies clean and taken care of?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. Senator, it is a daily challenge to make sure that we always have the supplies that we need, realistically. But we always try to make sure that we do have what's needed for the residents.
Time.
But I will not say it has not been a challenge due to numerous reasons.
Mr. Chair, I need to follow up with this one here. I really beg your indulgence on this one. On July 16, 2024, the agency came here. This is in my document. This is part of the post-audit report. And there's a special fund for Hubert Gregg, Social Security Fund, and it has the amount of $182,263. Isn't this fund, and can't this fund be used to buy these supplies when it comes to Pampers, wipes, and whatever other utility necessity that is needed for these seniors?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. Yes, it can, Senator. We have accessed those funds. The homes have a lot of needs. And like I mentioned, in terms of the supplies, the only issue is not funding. We also have supply chain issues, working with the vendors. We have limited vendors through which we can purchase these supplies. These vendors have been encountering supply chain issues. So even when we do place orders, we are waiting months at a time to be able to receive it. So we did not have a supply contract, which also lengthened the process to be able to procure these items. That was something that we have rectified, and we are in the process of drafting and executing our contract with a supplier and working with him to make sure that we keep some of these items stocked here on island. So often we're having to literally go out to Kmart or local businesses to purchase these items. So it's not just a matter of the funding, but you are right, that account is funding that is available, and we have tapped into that funding to not take care of just supply needs, but also facility challenges.
Mr. Chair, this is not an easy feat here. When you hear people talking about that you're not changing the Pampers and these elderly at the right timing, and they could only change Pampers once a day and these kind of things, I could take care of my mother, you know. But ain't everybody could do that. And when our elderlies are in these facilities and these programs, I could show you that you have funding. We got to do everything to make sure we take care of them. I worked at the Bureau for Correction for some 20 years. There have been many days, and I'm not asking anybody to do this because they're funding here. I take money out of my pocket to make sure we buy medication. Because I know if these mental patients didn't receive the medication, what it was going to be for the rest of my staff when I run in a shift. And the stories that I'm getting this morning when I coming up here ain't nice stories. It's heartbreaking for me. I look at my father take care of my grandmother. I look at my father do that. And he spent every dime he can, and he kept her in her house. And he did everything he can. Everybody can't do that. So when those elderly is reaching our facilities, we have to do them right. We got to treat them right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, and I agree with you. I do not disagree. However, what I do recommend is that the service provider reach out to the department and meet so that they can hash out whatever these issues are in full length. I wanted to ask, before moving forward to the next senator, if Assistant Commissioner Baptiste, were you able to get those numbers that were initially requested by Senator Francis Jr.? If not, then I can go ahead and move on to the next senator.
No, I'm still waiting on the updated figures.
Okay, very well. Next, we have Senator Samuel Kadiung. You are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. testifiers and my colleagues and those that are viewing and listening. I want to echo the sentiment of my colleague, the senator from Frederickstead, regards to Herbert Grigg, because I had the opportunity after the storm, the day after the storm, to visit Herbert Grigg. And I just wanted to cry. The condition of that place. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And when I inquired and asked the staff there, which I want to commend, is so dedicated. And they go above and beyond with the little resources that they have available and the short staff that they have available to work there. I understand that they've had some vacancies for almost 2 years that have not been filled, of people that have left and retired, and this body has been appropriating the funding, and those vacancies haven't been filled. There's empty beds that can be filled by the waiting list. There's a waiting list, and there's empty bodies there's empty beds and rooms that could be filled by those on the waiting list, and they haven't been able to fill because they're missing staff, and the staff that they have currently is overworked. So while we have people waiting to come into the program, they can't. When you walk around the room, I mean, they were without a generator. Power left and the generator didn't work. So we had our seniors in the dark for hours. I think it was around noon that a generator, they were able to put it back on since around maybe 2 in the morning. And these are things that are unacceptable because there's a lack of attention to our seniors. The way how we honor our seniors speaks volume about a community or a society. They've given to us, and it's time for us to give to them. And this really needs to change. What the senator mentioned is true. Employees spoke about taking out of their pockets to buy Pampers and some supplies because sometimes the money doesn't reach in time or there's not enough supply. So we really need to change this around. This cannot continue the way it is. Assistant Commissioner Jean-Baptiste, let me ask you, because one of the things I'm hearing from different departments in the Finance Committee is that they're cutting budgets across the board. Was the funding cut for Herbert Grigg?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. Like every other agency in the last 2 months, we were informed that our allotments will be cut.
Look at this thing. So the allotment for Herbert Grigg, who was already in a very serious procurement situation because of supplies and budget, their funding was cut. So it was cut by how much? 5% also?
To my understanding, Senator, yes. We're still waiting on those allotments.
How are we going to cut a budget from a division or an agency that is critical and provides such a service to our community? I mean, the decisions that are being made at the executive level, it's sad. Every division is not equal. So we need to look at those things and how those things are managed, especially critical service providers such as Human Services and Herbert Grigg. So I need a commissioner to really look into this in the Office of Management and Budget.
1 minute.
Please, please. When was the last allotment given to Herbert Grigg?
I don't
And I
want to
asked all these questions when I was there, and so please.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, as last that I heard, we had not received our August allotments, but I will confirm that.
I understand that July, they haven't received the funding, the allotment for July. They haven't received the allotment for August. How we want them to operate? How are they supposed to operate without the funding? You know, Department of Finance, this government, they find money for what they want and who they want. It's time that we pay attention to our seniors. Please, My father is 92. My stepfather is also 92.
Time.
My mother had to leave the territory to be able to provide assistance for him. And we have people leaving constantly, but what about those that can't leave? I had a whole bunch of questions, but a touch of fiber there that's really hits me. So please, let's do better for our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Baptiste, let me ask you for the record, do we have challenges with our financial division at the Department of Human Services? For the record?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. That is a very broad question, Senator. Can you be a bit more specific?
Based on what I'm hearing and based on calls I myself have received from many other vendors, etc., apparently there seem to be some challenges within the financial department. Specifically, I would say your CFO and whoever else deals with assisting and assuring that these vendors are paid. Do we have any challenges in that department at this time that's hampering or slowing down the process? That's my question. I'm just trying to be transparent here.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. What I will say, Senator, is we do have a lot of challenges financially in general. And with our processes and just trying to make sure that the things that we're doing fit within the process. Because we solve such a vulnerable population and we're often having to do and respond very quickly, that does pose challenges for us to be able to do what needs to be done within the processes that exist. I think that is the best response that I can give you at this time.
Thank you for being transparent because, as you stated and as we know, this department is one of the most important departments. It deals with our elders and the youngest in our community, and it's disheartening to hear some of the stories that they are facing at this time. So I look forward for us to following up and having further discussion to see how we can assist on whatever challenges the department may be facing at this time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I actually wanted to, being that the discussion is what it is, not particularly that same facility, but I do know, I'm aware of another facility that is having a lot of issues, and that happens to be the Nude Hansen building. From what my office has received numerous calls on, I'm not sure if any other senators have received those calls, Senator Blyden, concerning the mold remediation efforts there. And since we just had a storm that has passed, I'm sure that may have also contributed to some of what was already in place in the sense of mold. And I did get some calls that staff still utilizes the building, and I was curious to know to what extent, if someone can please chime in from the Department of Human Services.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. Yes, Senator, we do have a lot of issues with our Nude Hansen facility. As this body is aware, we were awarded money by FEMA to do a complete rebuild, and we are in the process of trying to move our staff out of the facility. It is compromised in more than one area, and so we've been challenged with finding areas within the building that we can move our staff to that would lend to a conducive working environment. That has been a challenge. That has been further exacerbated by Tropical Storm Ernesto. We did take some remediation efforts. We did bring in our cleaning custodial company to give the entire building a thorough cleaning before our staff return to the offices. And we are in the process of working with a vendor to do some additional mold remediation. As this body may be aware as well, we do have some of our staff that is working remotely because we've deemed some of the areas to be unsafe. So this has been a daily challenge, and we do try to do the best that we can. with the facility that we have, but we are trying to get out of that building expeditiously.
Noted, but at the same time, I must say this on the record, we can't have our staff working, I mean, have you tried virtual options or a mobile station? Because at the end of the day, we're having our seniors likely come into that building, yes or no? Are the seniors also required to come into the building to get services?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. We do go out and provide services to the seniors if needed, but yes, we do have seniors that do still come to that building.
We can't do that, I'm sorry, because, you know, the anatomy of a senior in comparison to a middle-aged person is different. The health immune system is weaker, and we can't have them going in there in that building if it hasn't been fully remediated in the sense of mole reduction or killing the mole. But I won't belabor the situation, but we really need to work on that. Moving on to Senator Milton E. Potter in the St. Thomas Chambers. You are now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our testifiers who are before us here today. Absolutely, the issue of just the safety of the New Hanson facility is one that has been of concern to me for quite a while. And I think it has been an ongoing issue for so long. I know that the department is challenged in finding adequate alternative sites. But I just think that the entire building is compromised, and I am not sure if, Assistant Commissioner, and I know you're trying to work this out, make the best out of the situation, a very bad situation, but I'm not sure if there is any space or any areas of that building that we can confidently and comfortably say, I would want my loved ones spending an 8-hour day working there. But, you know, is there, as far as your discussions as part of the senior leadership, what's the timeline for removing staff from the facility or relocating them?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. I think this is very timely, actually, because I know the Department of Property and Procurement was before the body yesterday. And we have identified leases of spaces that we could move into. It will take some development of those areas to make it work for our operations. However, you know, we are trying to work with the Department of Property and Procurement once again to go through the process. And I know that they're severely short-staffed, and they're working with us and trying to prioritize. But quite honestly, that is where we are right now in trying to get those spaces. We were hoping to have already begun that process to move out, but we have not been able to do so as yet until we get those leases finalized.
Okay, I don't want to introduce. I'm not going to go down that road. Just the idea of the potential long-term safety or health risks that employees may be exposed to, I think it's something that we don't want to. You just don't even want to go down that road. You want to have the record of saying, look, we utilized any and all strategies to minimize the exposure to, you know, these adverse medical situations for employees. So that's,
If I could provide one additional response. So, and just to be clear, like I said, this is a daily battle, but we do work daily to make sure that we don't have anyone sitting in any areas that we do deem to be unsafe. So we do have a number of our staff members that are working from home.
Okay.
We have a number of staff members that work half day because of the nature of the work that we do. Okay. So we are making those accommodations where we need to.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I know the issue of loneliness and isolation. I've been hearing a lot more about that lately. Even the Surgeon General has been speaking about the impact of loneliness and the fact that it can have an impact on the mental health as well as the physical health of individuals, particularly the more vulnerable population being the elderly. So I think that it is really that much more critical for us to ensure that we have well-funded, well-run
1 minute.
programs for seniors and vulnerable population. But I think that it doesn't excuse citizens of this community, families in this community, doing what is right to not rely on Department of Human Services to take care of the needs of their loved ones when you have the capacity to do so. So I just want to just put out on the record too that as Virgin Islanders, as people in this community, we have had a strong record of having extended families, of having folks engaged and involved, not putting seniors on the shelf. That is something that we really need to bring back in our community. With regards to the foster care program, no, let me go to Meals on Wheels. Is Meals on Wheels, are there any income requirements for individuals to be eligible to receive those meals?
Time.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. There is partially, Senator, and basically what that means is it just determines whether or not they're supposed to contribute to the program or not. We really do assess whether or not the individual just needs the program, but the income requirements dictate whether they have to give a contribution towards receiving those meals. At this time, we stopped after COVID and we have not resumed collecting any fees.
Okay.
But yes, it is supposed to be for low-income individuals.
Okay. I know my time was called. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one final question.
Please proceed.
Regarding the building of the two new skilled nursing long-term care facilities, which are, we know they're critically needed here in our community. I wanted to get a sense for the long-term vision in terms of the completion of those two projects. I mean, are we looking at 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line?
Yes, great question, Senator. Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. Yes, I believe we are looking between that 5 to 10 year timeline. We're working with the ODR to see, of course, how we could get those efforts accelerated, but that is correct.
Yeah. I can definitely be a senior citizen for sure. Well, I am a senior citizen right now, technically. So within the next 10 years, I'll be pushing 70, Barry. But definitely, without question, the society we all know is judged by the way we treat and care for the most vulnerable among us, particularly the elderly and the youth who cannot take care of themselves. So I think the comments about the Greg home on St. Croix is something that I think moves all of us. It is something really emotional if we're thinking that on a day-to-day basis, our loved ones who are there may experience challenges receiving the most basic supplies and services. And it is something that, in spite of the challenges, the budgetary challenges that we are for sure experiencing, in order of priority, the most vulnerable should be escalated above some of, the other needs of this community. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your generosity and time. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, Senator Potter. We're getting a feedback here. Oh, there we go. Okay, excellent. I'm not sure if Senator Alma Francis Heilega has made it online as yet. Okay, not hearing. So really quickly before we go to a burning question, I wanted to ask the status of the socio-recreation program. What is the status of that program right now?
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So we do have those programs running on each island. And I do have the response to Senator Francis's question, I believe, in terms of the wait list. So we have 5 on St. Thomas and 25 on St. Croix. And one of the challenges right now is transportation in terms of being able to bus those individuals to the center.
I didn't hear St. John.
So yes, we are operating. We don't have a wait list on St. John, sorry, but we are currently operating the Adrian Center on St. John.
When are we gonna get something?
No, sorry, Senator. I said we are operating.
Oh, you are,
We do have a center operating in St. John. We have one on St. Thomas, the Project Strive, St. Croix, Richmond Center, and then in St. John, Adrian Center. Those are all operational at this time.
Okay, and Adrian Center has a maximum of 15, correct?
I would have to confirm that number,
Okay.
Senator.
Okay, no problem. Okay, before we go to the burning question, starting with Senator Blyden, I am also aware that the Homemakers Program, there are some employees in there who are being paid from CSEP, and apparently they've been waiting for a while now. I'm hearing reports of a year for their NOPAs. Is that accurate? Because we're hearing that they have not been able to get their NOPAs in quite some time, but yet still working.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So yes, Senator, we do have an issue with a few of our homemakers. To be clear, we did bring them on a volunteer capacity, just so that we could be able to get the personnel that was needed to keep that program going. What was intended to be a temporary solution has extended because of challenges that we're having in terms of getting those positions to be deemed funded.
Okay, noted. Senator Francis Heileger, are you with us? And I see the presence of non-committee member Senator Ray Fonseca, the chair of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. Thank you for being here with us today, Senator. If Senator Alma Francis Heileger is not available currently, Senator Ray Fonseca, you would be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to our esteemed Department of Human Services, a hard-working group, and we give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Mr. Chair, real briefly, and thank you again for this opportunity. I'm not a member of this committee, but I do wanted to point out a few things. First I have to congratulate the Department of Human Services, Commissioner George and her assistants, Medicaid program, etc. But generally with our elderly persons, and I've had 2 of those instances this week at the Roy Snyder Hospital, is the issue of the borders. And the borders are generally the elderly persons who can no longer provide for their self-care. Their self-care is very expensive. They don't have the resources. And also, those borders are also those who their requirements of care overwhelm the caregivers, whether it's a professional or their family, etc. So the borders is part of our issues, and the hospitals are not a good environment for the borders because they need long-term care, and hospitals are critical emergency care. And so the hospital does not have the right staff for borders. Hospitals are not supposed to provide the socialization and the other long-term care supports facilities that the long-term facility would provide. So it's also a very expensive solution. And of course, the big thing that adds to this is that the hospitals cannot bill for Medicaid for borders. So it becomes a big bill on the VA government. We call it the uncompensated care, millions of dollars every year. But there's a solution. And my colleague from St. Savan has it, some money he's set aside, and all of the colleagues, I know Senator Potter is also supporting this, and so are you, Senator Bulkis, where our border issue is directly related to our long-term care beds. And this has been a long-standing problem. And here's what is happening, right? The government, which is us, you were the legislature, we need to prioritize building long-term care facilities within the territory, and we have done that. And so the problem is long-standing. And here's just a synopsis of what's happened since the hurricane. Our long-term care beds have decreased. For example, the Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged, it was 40 beds before the hurricanes. Now it's 25. We've lost 15 beds at home Herbert Grigg. Queen Louise Home for the Aged, it was 30 beds. It went down to 17, my latest number. So we've lost 13 beds. The Seaview Nursing Home have closed. That's why we need to purchase Seaview Nursing Home and rebuild those 25 elderly long-term care beds. And it's a priority of all the senators. And this is something that the 35th legislature is working on. That adds 25 more beds. So when you add the 15 from Herbert Grigg, the 13 from Queen Louise, and the 25 from Seaview, that's 53 additional beds for the elderly that was existing that we have now lost. So colleagues, esteemed colleagues, one of our senators, our former Madam President used to say, what gets monitored gets measured. So we're now monitoring
1 minute.
And we have a commitment to provide the long-term beds because, our elderly folks, like Senator Potter said, we are going to get there eventually, and when we get there, we want to be able to laugh and smile and enjoy our life knowing that we have contributed to our community. The elderly are our mothers, our fathers, our sisters, our aunts, our uncle, grandparents. These are the ones that have provided guidance and mentorship. So, Basil, I want to sum up real quick, Mr. Chair. I know my time was called, but I want to give some numbers. Christopher Finch gave testimony that based on our population of the residents over 65, the 2020 census shows that the Virgin Islands have 18,541 residents over the age of 65 living in the Virgin Islands. So that means we need to provide about 543 beds total. So this is the plan. And again, I thank the commissioner and her staff. It's a monumental task and we continue to support you. And thanks and praises, blessings, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca. We appreciate your attendance and thank you for all of the information provided. With that said, if any members have a burning question, I will entertain one burning question before we close out this block of today's agenda. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your one burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And mine is not a burning question, it's a closing statement, basically, based on the discussion and based on what I've seen. I myself have been to Human Services Department last week to deal with a constituent situation. But while I was there, I was called to almost all of the different divisions and by the employees, and they were showing me exactly what the situation was. And it's no fault of the employees, and it's no fault of the staff in terms of management when it comes to the condition of Human Services. It's a aged building. The hurricanes contributed to the situation on the ground. My thing is that my concern is when it comes to services and the health and safety of the employees and the clients alike is critical, especially our seniors and our young people. I believe that when it comes to the operations at the Department of Human Services, in terms of priority and task, I know there are challenges, and I pray that those challenges are addressed expeditiously. I pray that, and I know that the maintenance staff is working towards abating the mold situation, because I spoke to them also. But I hope that in the interim, that something can be done to speed track the recovery and bring those employees back, because that's also affecting the efficiency when it comes to the services, and them being there and having all hands on deck, because many of them are working from home. They have to. And I agree with that. I would not want to work in those conditions. So if there's any way there can be some type of temporary facility in terms of trailer, etc., for the critical services, not every division. Those that can work from home should stay at home and work. But for those that need to be there on the ground, it needs to be something put in place for those individuals to be there to provide the services. And I look forward to the department bringing and putting everything together in order to bridge the gap and to continue to serve our people. And I will do my part, and then my colleagues will do their part to see how we can make that happen. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses and what you do on behalf of our people. We know it's not easy, but we thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your one burning question. Uno.
Thank you very much. You said 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My question again goes out to Human Service. In 2021, the governor gave $1 million to the agency. How much of that money have been spent as of today?
Assistant Commissioner Carly Benjamin, which $1 million are you referencing?
It's $1 million that he granted them not for Human Service, for YRC, sorry. For YRC, that's the boys' home.
I would have to get that amount for you.
Say that again?
I would have to get the balance for you. I don't have that information here.
To the chair, can we get a report from Human Service in regards to this $1 million that was given to YRC to find out how much of that money has been spent thus far? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. And I don't believe any other members are currently here at the time. So, sorry, I apologize. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your one burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just ask the Assistant Commissioner, I know she mentioned about the retired, just out of my curiosity, the retired senior volunteer program. I was looking at the numbers. You had 1 on St. John, you had 6 on St. Thomas, and you had 24 on St. Croix. Seems like a very good program. I know you're saying that you're going to be working on revamping it. Just out of curiosity, do you have any idea why we have such a vast disparity as far as the volunteers? Why only 6 on St. Thomas versus 24 on St. Croix and 1 on St. John? Is it awareness? Is it, I don't know. Just throwing it out there to you if you have any ideas.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. I think that's a great question, Senator. I kind of still have that question myself. I know that there has been, yes, challenges in terms of advertising the program, maintaining our enrollees for a number of reasons, but I can't speak to the disparity between the districts at this time.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your one burning question.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had no further questions, and I'd just like to say thanks to the Department of Human Services and blessings.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, and I believe that the President is in a pro forma session, so he's not able to provide his burning question along with Senator Carrion, as usually there is a senator in a pro forma session, so that would be everyone available for the burning question segment of this block. But before we close, I wanted to make a statement on a lighter note before we conclude. My office and I have been in contact with Mr. Milligan, and we understand that the senior center is currently being worked on and the seniors are not in the facility. And it was my hope at the time to present them with books on behalf of this committee, the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks. However, I would like for you to accept them on their behalf. I would like to also present some of the books to the Lutheran Social Services as well. And these books are from local author, poet, retired prison warden, and veteran, Mr. Richard Schrader Sr. And I wanted to present them to you on behalf of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks to be utilized in your facilities. We have a few of the books with us here right now. And this would be very good light reading for some of our seniors who may not have read the written work of Mr. Richard Schrader Sr. So I would like to have present them to you. We'll go on a recess and we'll do that. And I will now give you all 30 seconds to make your closing remarks, starting with Lutheran Social Services.
Junior John Straker, CEO of Lutheran Social Services. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our work with you. I also want to say thank you to the Senate for your continued support of Lutheran Social Services. And we are going to continue to do our best to service the vulnerable in our community. So on behalf of our board, our wonderful, hardworking employees, we want to say thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Tisha St. Jules, Social Services Coordinator for the Queen Louise Home for Children. And I would also like to thank the Senate Committee for giving me an opportunity to hear exactly how we can continue to better our community, to support our youth, to support the most vulnerable people in our community. And I also like to say to the Department of Human Services, thank you all for your support. You guys are always there when LSS needs you, especially at the Queen Louise Home for Children. You all are there to provide the needed encouragement and the direction that is necessary to help manage our youths that are there. And I am appreciative of the staff that also is working at the Queen Louise Home for Children and all of LSS facility. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And Assistant Commissioner Benjamin?
Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. I would also like to thank you, the department would like to thank you for this opportunity to talk about the very critical services that the hardworking staff provides. Of course, the drawback with these is always sometimes there are issues that you cannot address fully, and sometimes, a negative connotation or image is left out there. But the Department of Human Services employees work really hard. And despite the trying circumstances, they continue to come to work every day. So we want to say thank you for that. And we will continue to try to remediate all the issues that we can in the best ways that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin and Assistant Commissioner Baptiste.
I would also like to just echo Assistant Commissioner Benjamin's sentiments. We definitely would like to thank our staff. As we heard there today, we only focus on 2 areas within the Department of Human Services, and there's so much. And the challenges are great, but the staff shows up every day and does what needs to be done for our community. So I really just want to say thank you to them. I want to say thank you to this body for having us and allow us to openly discuss some of these areas and the challenges that exist. And I do hope that there is support that can be provided to assist us in this journey. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I too echo the sentiments of my colleagues who did mention to everyone on this testifying panel that we do appreciate all of your hard work and efforts that you fill the gap in those, as mentioned by Assistant Commissioner Baptiste, 2 areas, youth and aging. even though there are two areas that's the cradle to the grave in a sense at some point, but there is so much to cover. There is so much work to be done, and you can never ever make it perfect. So I know I'm speaking to the choir because there's always going to be something that's happening. There's always going to be some issue that comes up. But as long as we remain positive and we work together, we will find the solutions. And even if the solutions last for just quite some time until the next thing happens, but for most part, at least we're doing what we're supposed to do. And I know that all of you here today are doing exactly what you're supposed to. And I really appreciate all of your efforts and looking forward to seeing you here again so that we can discuss at some point other critical issues in these two areas of youth and aging. So thank you for being here with us. We're going to go ahead and take a recess, and we will dismiss you accordingly. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks will go on recess. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, and Sports Parks is now back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the agenda? Into the record, I apologize.
Block 2. The committee will hear testimony from the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development on the status of the recent Kids Count report and recommendations. Invited testifiers, Deanna James, Director, St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, Kids Count.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Director James. Could you please state your name and title for the record?
Okay, my name is Deanna James. I'm President and CEO of St. Croix Foundation.
Okay, excellent. I will ask you that whenever you respond to any inquiries by any of the senators, to please state your name and title for the record for our in-house stenographers who are counting today's hearing. Okay? So at this time, I would ask for you to please read your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Senator Bolkes, members of 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. My name is Deanna James, President and CEO of St. Croix Foundation for Community Development. And on behalf of the Foundation and our Kids Count USVI team, I submit this testimony in support of the well-being of the children of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our testimony today is framed by findings from our 2023 Kids Count USVI data book, coupled with 2020 census data that we believe represent the most compelling demographic trends that should keep all of us up at night, and at the same time can serve as powerful drivers for radical interventions. In addition to presenting highlights from the data we've compiled, we also wish to outline some of the challenges our team has faced throughout our stewardship of the territory's Kids Count initiative. We will also present future strategies to consider for addressing these challenges. Finally, our testimony also aims to foster a comprehensive understanding of the current state of child welfare in the U.S. Virgin Islands, with the hope that collectively we can begin to better mobilize and coordinate efforts to improve child outcomes. To offer some background, St. Croix Foundation was selected by the Annie E. Casey Foundation to lead Kids Count USVI in 2020 of January. While it was a role we did not seek out, we were informed that the VI as a whole had not effectively been responsive or successful in measurably moving the needle on child well-being with fidelity. As a result, the territory risked losing Kids Count altogether. Kids Count is a national initiative that tasks each territory and state in the network with collecting and reporting local data on child well-being in 4 standard domains: education, economic well-being, health and community and family. But from the very beginning of our stewardship of Kids Count, the Foundation has remained laser focused on moving beyond rote data collection and annual publications of a data book in order to fulfill a broader Kids Count mandate. Not only have we been working tirelessly to design more holistic and interactive data products, but we're also focusing on conceptualizing progressive, out-of-the-box strategies for engaging key stakeholders around more collective and cohesive approaches for activating the data. And finally, we have included new domains in each data book to include a targeted spotlight on opportunity youth ages 16 to 24, as well as community bright spots. As we continue to evolve this work, our ultimate hope is that the lessons the Foundation has learned throughout our 34 years of social impact investments to support children, even beyond Kids Count, are lessons that will be instructive to this committee and to a wider stakeholder community. Undoubtedly, our charge is a big one, and the road to this moment has not been without rough patches. In fact, while the Foundation has a track record of measurable accomplishments over the course of the past 4 years, we continue to encounter a number of stubborn challenges. The first being data sourcing. Inarguably, the most intractable challenge we've had to contend with is the sourcing of data for Kids Count. On the national level, Kids Count data is derived from many sources, one of the more important ones being the American Community Survey, a national survey conducted annually by the United States Census Bureau. Unfortunately, ACS is not conducted in the USVI, and as a result, vital data, which all states use to complete their kids count data reporting, is not available locally. In the absence of ACS, the Eastern Caribbean Center of the University of the Virgin Islands conducts Virgin Islands community surveys, collecting data similar to that included in the population and housing components of the decennial census. Unfortunately, because the last published VIX was released in 2018, reflecting data collected in 2015, our Kids Count team has had to rely on other data sources to compile each data book. While a new VIX survey was conducted in late 2023, it has not yet been published. As a result, detailed current demographic data, including a count of children and poverty status, has not been available for publication of any of the 3 Kids Count data books to date. To overcome this obstacle, our Kids Count team has had to work directly with private and public sector agencies to gather information pertaining to children in the Virgin Islands. To that end, in 2021, St. Croix Foundation signed a first-of-its-kind 9-agency Memorandum of Understanding, which currently serves as the foundation for Kids Count data collection and the core of a comprehensive local Kids Count network. One benefit of our direct data gathering approach is that it has created an opportunity to look for more nuanced indicators and produce compelling and community-centered data books with targeted data that are specifically relevant to the USVI community. Of course, while this strategy has afforded us access to the most current real-time data, the stark reality is that not every agency has readily available public data or reports. Another significant challenge that we have encountered, one we know frustrates many government agencies that we partner with, is the lack of standardization of data collection. Different departments and agencies collect data in different ways, making it difficult to compare and analyze data across local government departments. Some agencies manually collect data from various paper records and produce reports, and many agencies function as independent data silos. In some cases, different types of data were collected in the St. Croix district versus the St. Thomas district, even within the same agency, making comparisons between our islands difficult. In other cases, agencies indicated that the data being requested was simply not available. Another key challenge we have noted in both the public and civic sectors is the lack of investment in personnel and training targeted toward data collection and analysis. Strengthening local data systems will ultimately require a strategic commitment and approach to standardization, training, and transparency. Bolstered by the Foundation's deep partnerships with nonprofit organizations, coupled with our success in creating comprehensive data sharing MOUs with key government agencies, we have developed a proposal for an online visual analytics platform that will differentiate itself from existing siloed government systems, a data dashboard. Not only is it interoperable between agencies, mobile-friendly, and low maintenance, but it can provide access to one-click report sharing for rapid dissemination of critical findings. Another unique benefit of this data dashboard is that it could incorporate data from non-governmental service providers, thus providing a richer, more comprehensive picture of the state of children and family in the Virgin Islands. We demoed an early version of this dashboard for attendees at our Kids Count Summit, demonstrating in real time maps of the USVI overlaid with the location of schools and other community resources and their corresponding enrollment and utilization. In reality, the multitude of challenges surrounding local data systems include but are not limited to the lack of access to high-speed internet, connectivity, insufficient bandwidth, and the scarcity of funds for technology and human resources, the instability of our power grid, and an ongoing reliance on paper-based records. All of these obstacles have ultimately impacted and in some instances impaired the reliability and accessibility of data throughout the territory. Yet overcoming them is an imperative to powering all Kids Count partners' ability to convene around a collaborative, data-driven mission of supporting children to successful outcomes. For the Kids Count USVI team, what has become abundantly evident thus far is that geographic, economic, and political factors have exacerbated the territory's ability to build and sustain comprehensive and robust data systems that facilitate efficient data collection and reporting. In truth, the issues we have presented represent a compelling national case around data justice or injustice in the USVI, wherein marginalized communities like ours ultimately remain underserved because of the lack of access to and equity around data systems and data collection. This poses significant challenges when comprehensive projects such as Kids Count presuppose the existence and availability of consistent and sophisticated data systems and efficient dissemination to stakeholders upon request. In the end, despite all of these challenges, our Kids Count team is proud to report that we have collected and reported current data up to the reporting year in some domains in each of our data books in order to accurately reflect the condition of our children's lives in real time. We are also proud of our commitment to incorporating data from nonprofit organizations across the territory in order to tell a more holistic and complete story of our children. And equally important, we remain convicted in prioritizing data on the territory's critically important opportunity youth, ages 16 to 24. Now, while we could dedicate most of our time today reiterating all of the many alarming data points in our Kids Count data book, we've opted to highlight only a few that have represented real drivers for our team. The first is children in poverty. There are currently 5,576 children living in poverty. That's 33% of all children in the USVI. The island of St. Croix had the highest percentage of children living in poverty, with 36% living in families below the poverty line. Additionally, 42% of all children under the age of 5 living in poverty are on the island of St. Croix. Shrinking population. In the USVI, approximately 21% of residents are over 65 years of age, higher than the national average of 16%. And as of the 2020 census, the number of children living in the USVI was half of what it was in the 2000 census. The shrinking population has vast implications for childcare, as well as for our elderly population and overall family structures. According to the 2020 census, there are 2,650 grandparents in the USVI living with one or more of their grandchildren. Among these grandparents, approximately half, 48%, had been caring for a grandchild under 18 for 5 years or more. Another data point that we want to highlight is the lower academic assessment scores. There was a sharp decline in student scores across the board in the USVI, with English language arts proficiency dropping 7% and math proficiency decreasing almost 4%. From pre-pandemic levels. Overall, these results represent the largest decline in student academic performance since the Virgin Islands Department of Education adopted the more rigorous Smarter Balanced Assessment System based on national standards in 2016. Finally, the last data point that we want to highlight is the increase in youth crimes. The VIPD reported 59 incidents involving youth ages 10 to 17 in 2022. A slight increase from 54 in 2021. Most reported crimes in this age group were considered violent crimes. Among older youth, there were 250 incidents committed by individuals aged 18 to 24 in 2022, compared to 2008 and 2021 for that age group. Also, almost all of the reported crimes for this age group were considered violent crimes: homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault. In 2022, there were 3 arrests of youth ages 18 to 24 for suspected homicide. While all of these data points are worrisome, as we committed to Annie Casey Foundation at the start of our stewardship, our data collection is not singularly focused on hotspots, but also serves to spotlight the areas where we are hitting the mark in what we have deemed community bright spots, which is included in each annual data book. The following are a few encouraging trends and spaces to watch and perhaps invest in, building capacity around. A low maternal mortality rate, the highest breastfeeding rate in the nation, and government agencies like the Department of sports, parks, and recreation, offering robust recreational programming to opportunity youth. Overall, the most prescient data points which frame our programmatic priorities are the alarming decline in child population and the rapidly aging adult population. The implications of this dramatic population shift presents a real quandary for the future of the territory. Today, we highlight these demographics for community stakeholders and for policymakers, once again with the recognition of this single trend persists in the USVI. All the economic development strategies currently being deployed could be rendered obsolete. Of course, this is not an issue unique to the Virgin Islands. According to geopolitical experts, countries such as Germany and China are currently facing the same type of demographic shifts, where birth rates have been so low for so long that in just 15 years, there will not be enough consumers to drive their economy. What this means for us is that every new law enacted, every campaign or great vision that we develop must consider this graph that is included in the testimony, recognizing that the very makeup of our society could be very different in the future, a future that most of us will actually live to see. Each year, our team mines through a mountain of data to determine which indicators and data points represent the most compelling information to highlight, and likewise, which do not. However, during this testimony, we seek to hone in on how our team is activating the data, as well as offer some big, some may say radical policy ideas and considerations that we believe represent the kinds of innovations the territory could employ in order to leapfrog the needle forward on child well-being. We offer these policy ideas with no ownership or agenda, but rather to simply begin planting seeds that could pave new pathways to more level and equitable supports and outcomes for our children. At the very least, we hope to spark conversation and a sense of optimism that we can do things differently. It is important to note that as framing for these policy considerations, that NEEKC annually evaluates and quantifies policy wins for each of their state and territorial Kids Count regions. Thus, we wish to provide policy and programmatic considerations that we believe could serve to address multiple crisis points and multiple priorities as we seek to explore holistic and intersectional strategies for tackling some of the most critical and deeply entrenched challenges facing our children. The first policy consideration entails expansion of the territory's free tuition criteria to include expat Virgin Islanders whose children did not graduate from a local public high school but attended public school in the USVI at any time throughout their academic career. With the recognition that many of our families with school-age children continue to leave the territory due to the high cost of living or limited academic standards and options, this policy consideration could serve as an incentive to draw young Virgin Islands and their families back to the territory. And coupled with reciprocity terms that require a designated number of years of service in the local government, this could concurrently ensure our educated employment pool of the Virgin Islands for all sectors of the workforce, public, private, and civic. As we struggle to address the complex issues surrounding youth violence, student engagement, and limited academic options for children and families, another interesting policy consideration was born from a recent connection with an affiliate from the public Montessori school system in Puerto Rico. With a commitment to expanding academic resources and learning opportunities for parents, public Montessori schools currently offer practical and sensory activities that support the development of cognitive, social, emotional, and physical skills as students learn to collaborate with peers, resolve conflicts constructively, and develop a sense of empathy and respect for others. Currently, of the 856 public schools in Puerto Rico, 60 of them offer various levels of Montessori education. The creation of an American Montessori Society-affiliated training center in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico, has credentialed more than 500 teachers, over 50 public schools throughout the island. Another policy consideration is graduated driver's licensure, wherein laws have been enacted in a number of states seeking to tie adolescent driver's licenses to high school and secondary education enrollment, apprenticeship training programming, as well as gainful employment for teens ages 15 through adolescence. While the data is not conclusive surrounding the efficacy of such policies, we think consideration should be given to the exploration of such a policy as a possible strategy for incentivizing our youth to complete high school while deterring idling and social disengagement. Finally, as we reported in our testimony to the Senate Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services back in June, in a New York Times bestseller entitled The Anxious Generation, social psychologist John Haidt addresses the epidemic of teen mental health worldwide, particularly in developed nations. Deemed one of the most important books of our time on this topic of youth mental health, Haidt shines a light on Generation Z, those born between the mid to late 1990s and the early 2010s, outlining several major shifts that impacted youth of this generation unlike any other, including the rise in social media and a decline in play-based childhood. Haidt offers some targeted yet radical legislative policy recommendations based on extensive research and data mining. His radical recommendations include banning smartphones before high school, proposing a return to the less sophisticated flip phones as an alternative, stricter regulations on social media access for teens younger than 16, banning cell phones altogether in schools, and more free independent play. As we prepared this testimony, one of the things that our team was fully affirmed in expressing was that while we are a community replete with a myriad of challenges, the Virgin Islands, like most of our region, is abundant with untapped assets. Our hope is that the work we are doing around systems thinking and art of hosting practice, the practice of collaboration, skill building, will yield more coherence in our support systems for children and families. In fulfillment of St. Croix Foundation's commitment to activating the data and to facilitating spaces that cultivate the requisite relationships that will move us out of the silos that have made change so intractable in the Virgin Islands. On April 16th and 17th, we and our Kids Count team hosted our inaugural Kids Count Summit, which convened over 60 stakeholders from government agencies, local nonprofits, and educational institutions. Focused on fostering collective action and collaboration, the summit engaged participants around several of St. Croix Foundation's key priorities for its Kids Count initiative, including building community competency around systems thinking, relationship building, shared accountability, and collective action, with over 15 government agency representatives from the Office of the Governor, the Senate, the Delegate to Congress's office, the executive branch, along with nonprofit representatives from all three islands. The significance of the summit was underscored by insights from the 2023 USVI Kids Count Data Book. Our hope is to institutionalize the summit as an annual, if not biannual, convening, wherein key stakeholders continue to build competency around collaborative skill building, while also developing progressive, programmatic, and policy solutions. In the spirit of building collaborative tools and digital best practice, around data sharing, later this year, our team will be launching an interactive data dashboard with select indicators from our published Kids Count USVI data book. This online resource will allow stakeholders, including legislators and members of the community, to freely view and interact with data and to download charts and tables for use in their projects and grant applications. We will also release an updated data set with a focus specifically on opportunity youth and the effects of the resource gaps in our community around their community engagement. Moving forward, we will also be expanding our network of nonprofits by holding advocacy training workshops, policy summits, in order to cultivate a more coherent support system and network for the territory. Kids Count USVI is currently the only comprehensive data repository in the territory on child well-being, making it an invaluable asset and tool for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is used by nonprofits and local government agencies across the territory to secure targeted federal and philanthropic funding. At this time, there is no way to fully quantify the return on investment for Kids Count, but we do know that it helps to secure critical dollars for the Virgin Islands, justifies new Policy drives successful programming and allows stakeholders to advocate for and nurture stronger data practices while bringing awareness to the community around emerging issues and gaps that our children and families are facing. It is imperative that Kids Count is sustained and its scope expanded and deepened in the USVI. While Annie E. Casey Foundation provides Kids Count grantees like the foundation with a small annual grant to support data collection and yearly publications, our unique and challenging data landscape combined with our vulnerabilities relative to climate, political status, and geographic isolation requires that St. Croix Foundation employ more robust data collection strategies to report and activate useful and current data. We seek funding from this body for Kids Count to support the Kids Count team as they continue to build more user-friendly interactive data products for policymakers, nonprofits, and the community at large. To date, St. Croix Foundation has assembled a dynamic, skilled team of experts to lead the Kids Count initiative. All Virgin Islanders, all deeply committed to the advancement of the Virgin Islands. This entire body of work is conducted by the Foundation's Kids Count team, including a data analyst, principal investigator, data researcher and designer, a community liaison, and special projects coordinator. Overall, our Kids Count work has been underwritten in part by a number of local and national funding partners, including Global Giving, First Bank VI, Tropical Shipping, and CARES funding awarded through the Department of Education and the Office of the Governor. The total cost exceeds over $200,000 annually. St. Croix Foundation has shouldered most of the costs and now respectfully requests support from this body to underwrite the costs of this essential resource for the territory. We have submitted a detailed budget under separate cover outlining the cost of our Kids Count programming. In closing, several years ago, one of our nonprofit colleagues shared with us an adage that left an indelible imprint on our consciousness and on our work. The adage goes, "The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth." That sentiment feels quite apropos for us here in the Virgin Islands as we contend with a spectacular perfect storm of crises. In so many ways, it feels like we are speeding toward our own demise as a society, with lower birth rates, steady migration rates of families with young children, and exponentially high adolescent homicide rates. Tragically, we have almost normalized the loss of Black lives to gun violence. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we are witnessing a swift aging population. If there were ever a moment for us to stop and pivot, this is the moment. Our hope, our ultimate hope, is that a critical mass of stakeholders will commit to getting clear about what we care about and about what we prioritize. Because when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. The Foundation remains committed to building mastery around systems thinking. It's a real skill, one that we believe will enable us to collectively hold and design cohesive and coherent systems. The Foundation takes our Kids Count stewardship very seriously. In fact, every member of our Kids Count team eats, sleeps, and breathes this work. We're all so deeply invested that as we were finalizing our testimony, there was one thing that members of our team lifted up as possibly the most important foundational factor for improving child well-being. While it's not anything that can be legislated or governed, we felt the testimony would be incomplete without giving voice to it, because in many ways, it's the most important message we want to leave with this body today. And it's that inasmuch as we have yet to institutionalize and fortify systems of supports for our children, the question which challenges our leadership walk around Kids Count is actually a question for our children. And it's quite simply, do they feel loved by us? Are they loved by us? We know this question can't be effectively measured or quantified, but we fundamentally believe it should undergird every policy we propose to or enact and every way in which we invest in our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony, and I will say congratulations on your inaugural Kids Count Summit and taking the steps to dig deeper into the data with all of the stakeholders in order to target potential solutions for the problems that we're facing. And as we know here in this institution, making decisions based on data is a crucial and effective part of governance, hence making data the backbone of good governance. And we use accurate and up-to-date information so we can create policies that truly address the needs of this territory, because data-driven policies help us allocate resources more wisely so that we can measure successes and adapt whatever is needed in the same breath. And a data-driven policy will also ensure transparency and fairness and a better outcome for our society as we build a stronger, more resilient Virgin Islands. And I must say that Kids Count has been doing their part in their field for the youth in the sense of acquiring such data to be utilized. I know in the past, it may not have been utilized to the extent that it is now being utilized because of your Kids Count Summit. And of course, this institution, definitely we've been having dialogue. We had a few meetings on the back end with senators, and we've been sort of scoping and figuring out how to utilize this data to find the solutions that we desperately want for our children. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And we're gonna dive into it. Before we do so, I understand that you may have somebody online as well.
I think so. I'm not sure. I
If
think there's
that
our data analyst, Dr. Saul Santiago, is supposed to be joining us.
I was expecting the whole team. I was expecting.
Well, part of the challenge is that the team is not here. We're a virtual team, so most of the team is off island, and we meet regularly every week. But we were hoping to get everyone here. I think as the times were changing, we struggled with getting everybody's schedule coordinated. But
we
I think
know
there's
that
some folks that are supposed to be joining online.
Okay, well, we know this won't be the last time, but
No, it will not.
is anyone in online media division? I can get a
He
signal.
said he's joining in 5 minutes. I think that's what I just got. So,
Yeah,
Dr.
Yes,
Santiago.
someone's online?
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. This is Saul Santiago, Principal Investigator for Kids Count USVI.
Before we begin, I would like to see Mr. Santiago on the screen. And I'll give my media division, my very reliable media division, opportunity to get him up on screen. And while we get Mr. Santiago set up, the order is for that you state your name and title before speaking.
Okay, great.
Okay? There we go. There we go. We can now see you, I believe. Well, no, not the audience who's looking on. Please bring him up for the audience. Oh, excellent. Please state your name and title for the record.
Good afternoon, Senator. Saul Santiago, Kids Count Principal Investigator.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for being here with us today, Mr. Santiago.
And Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation President. I think another one of our team members is on the call also. That's Dr. Anna Scabriel.
Okay, excellent. And if we can bring up Dr. Scabriel as well, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Anna Gabrielle, Coordinator and Publishing Lead for Kids Count.
Okay, excellent. And we'll bring her up on camera later for everyone who's viewing from home. So we wanted to start off now with Senator Blyden first. However, I would like to ask one quick question concerning the highest percentage in the report concerning children living with poverty. Coincidentally, it is on the island of St. Croix where we're having this hearing today, and I believe that number was 36%.
Yeah, so in total in poverty is 36% on St. Croix, 33% for the territory, and then under the age of 5, it's 42% on the island of St. Croix.
So are you, in your capacity, as the administrator of what is considered to be the data now, are you aware of any specific programs or interventions that currently address this specific need?
Saul, do you want to take that call? I mean, that question, sorry.
So in terms of the poverty, good afternoon, everyone. In terms of the poverty, yes, so the highest rate is in St. Croix. One of the things that we did in our Kids Count data book was actually create, sort of map the areas out where the poverty is. The hope there is that once we can visualize where the pockets of poverty are, it can help in terms of not just the Senate body, but nonprofits and other government agencies to be able to target resources. So we thought that it would be important. So if you look at our Kids Count data book, we mapped out in the island of St. Croix, in the island of St. Thomas, in the island of St. John, where are the estates with the highest poverty? And we can track that. We had a table as well to track what are the estates that have the highest levels of poverty. And our hope is that we can collaborate on how we can make sure that the resources are, posted or close to those communities.
Okay, very well. And of course, collaboration with the St. Croix Foundation, with those departments, programs, is definitely a plus. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all of the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony and what you do. Can you tell me, first of all, before I begin, how many team members do you have working with you?
Currently, there are 6.
6? Okay, very well. Apparently, you do pretty good work. Let me ask you, in respect to the data, because of course we know data drives policy, data assists in additional funding, etc., especially when it comes to grants. Let me ask you though, with the ACS that's done annually, but it's not done in the Virgin Islands on an annual basis, that's very important.
So I'll let Saul take that. It's actually, the American Community Survey is done, I think it's biannually. Saul, you can correct me if I'm wrong, stateside, but it's not done here in the Virgin Islands. And there is a number of reasons, I think, one of them being addressing. There's an addressing issue that has made it prohibitive for the ACS to be conducted here. So instead of ACS, the Virgin Islands does a Virgin Islands Community Survey as a substitute, but Saul can talk a little bit more about that.
Please, that's important.
Yeah, so in lieu of the ACS, which, as Deanna mentioned, we actually reached out and tried to correspond with the ACS and talk to various people within the Virgin Islands to try to get an understanding of why it wasn't administered in the Virgin Islands. And the biggest reason was related to addresses, the standardization of addresses. And I know that's or my understanding is that's an area that's the Virgin Islands is addressing. So in lieu of that, the Virgin Islands Community Survey asks many of those critical questions and is a very important tool. The issue is that it is not a consistent tool. So there hasn't been one published since 2018. My understanding is there is one in the field, and we expect to have results within the next year. But without that tool biannually like the other states have, it is much more difficult to conduct the work of Kids Count and to be able to have all the data that the stakeholders need in a timely manner.
Can you clarify what you said? You said addressing?
Yes. Yes.
Clarify addressing. What do you mean by addressing?
So the lack of, I think it's something that the Lieutenant Governor's office is dealing with, right? But it's yeah.
That's what I thought.
Standardization of addresses here in the Virgin Islands.
Yes, that's what I thought. But we are almost there. Should be there shortly, because I think that plays a critical role in us assuring that we have all the data we need. Let me ask you though, in respect to the report, when it comes to education, and you said a larger decline in student academic performance since the Virgin Islands Department of Education adopted a more rigorous, smarter, balanced assessment system. We have seen a decline. Have you deep dive into that to understand exactly what caused that? Because education is the key, as we know.
Education is a key. So first and foremost, we want to start by saying we are not alone, that a huge part of the decline was COVID and out of school time that all children experienced. Our children experienced more of it than anyone else because it was compounded by the recovery from the hurricane and out of school time that they had from that. So We think that we're part of a phenomenon that's happening in many, many marginalized and underserved communities relative to student academic performance. And then also just, there are a lot of states that experienced lack of ability to actually find students after COVID. And so there was significant decline in populations everywhere. We've seen it here in the Virgin Islands, but academic performance obviously ties to all of the external crises that communities like ours have faced over the last couple of years. So we don't know a direct tie to it. That's our assumption. That's, I think, the assumption that's being made in a lot of other places. But we want to also be really clear that when we talk about the Department of Education, we work really hard not to point fingers at their performance. There are an incredible number of challenges facing our Department of Education, and despite that, the richest amount of data that we've collected has come from the Department of Education, and so we consider them to be key stakeholders in this process and dedicate a significant number of pages in our Kids Count data book to education because of that.
So you have met with these stakeholders and explained to them the importance of what their department plays and on how it can assist?
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Santiago can speak to that.
Yeah, so we as Deanna mentioned, they are the most transparent partner in terms of the amount of data that they provide to us. And because of that, we're able to give you, the Senate and other stakeholders, such detailed reports and analysis. But yeah, so as part of that, we communicated back with them, and our findings, and they communicated to us that they're outlining several steps to sort of begin reversing those low baseline scores and the pandemic-related learning loss. So, for example, they spoke to us specifically about utilizing assessment data to hone in on specific content deficiencies. They talked to us about increasing funding for after-school programs. They told us that they were reviewing the configuration of K-6 schools to ensure that sixth grade students receive instruction by content area specialists. So those are just some of the things that when we were having the dialogue with them, that they discussed in terms of the steps that they would like to take to begin to reverse the data and the trends that we have reported.
And you also spoke to data standardization, right? And you spoke to different departments collecting data in different ways in terms of VersaSynchro, et cetera.
That's all we do. I mean, that's most of the year is actually talking to government agencies trying to get data. So yeah, we have very close working relationship with just about every single government agency who's part of the MOU.
So how can we standardize the collection of data so it could be similar, so it could be easier for you? Have you reached out and found a way of doing that? What have you done in that space?
Saul, you want to take that? It's frozen. So a huge part of the work that we're doing is, number one, first and foremost, building relationships with government agencies. The way that we're collecting data is new to Kids Count. Kids Count's been in the territory over 24 years, 25 years. Almost all of the data historically was collected through VIX before we became stewards of Kids Count. And so the exercise of working directly with 9 government agencies is a new muscle for us and for those government agencies. And we are working really hard, first and foremost, to build trust and relationships that allow us to work more collaboratively to address some of the data deficiencies that we deal with on a regular basis. But Saul, if you can take a little bit time to talk about the work that you're doing directly with government agencies to ensure that we can get data more easily.
Yeah, so when we work with government agencies, when we do find instances of where data isn't standardized, so we've communicated, we always tell them it's a two-way street. So when we receive the data and we do our analysis, we do communicate back to them and let them know that, hey, this is what we found. For example, your St. Thomas office reported it this way and the St. Croix offices reported it this way. You know, which is the best way for it to be collected and reported. So yes, we do give them that feedback.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, in closing, as you know, here in the territory, with many of the power outages and the challenges we have with internet connectivity being on a regular basis, you know, the insufficient bandwidth, etc. In order for our kids to have successful outcomes, what have you found in your report that this is doing to affect our children?
I mean, it's part of why we have focused so much of our work on systems thinking is because I think when agencies sit before you, a lot of times they have sort of visors on. They're very myopic in terms of the challenges in front of them and the solutions to those challenges. And what our hope is that a number of agencies sitting together having conversations around issues like this, that we can find more holistic and intersected ways to address issues like that. So that is one issue, but it requires a number of agency partners sitting together to try to resolve it.
Thank you so much for what you do and continue to do, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And next we have Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. And good afternoon, Ms. Deanna James and your team. I want to say that I've had the privilege of working with the St. Croix Foundation for well over 35 years, for many, many years. And I certainly trust the work that you do in this community, and I want to thank you for your work with the Kids Count. I've had the opportunity as well in my profession to utilize, review the Kids Count for a number of years. And this one has been striking. It has been more glaring than anything else I've ever had to encounter with Kids Count over the years. And we have had some concerning reports coming out about Kids Count, but I think that this one really hit home for me. So I wanted to ask a few questions. First of all, obviously this exercise certainly brought about some gaps that we have been experiencing in terms of data collection over the years, and we have worked hard in this body to certainly push and pull and for similar data with the Department of Education, through Vivis and all these other entities, with the police department, with the crime stats and those type of things over the years. We talk about CompuStats and all kind of things in order to be able to develop the information and for it to be in somewhat of a standardized form. So I'm not surprised that you saw that, but I thought that with the evolution of computer, that would have been a little bit closer to being able to collect these data. But nonetheless, I'm hoping that through this exercise that there is a mechanism moving forward, and you could tell me that you believe that there is some improvement that's being made to ensure that we're collecting data in a better form.
Saul, you want to take that?
Well, in the time that we have been doing the Kids Count, so this is we have 3 published Kids Count plus an addendum. There have been improvements, Senator, but I'll be honest, we don't think the pace is where it should be in terms of those improvements, which is why we have suggested ideas such as a shared data dashboard where stakeholders such as the Senate, government agencies, and nonprofits who regularly contribute data would be able to have that data available for more transparency. And so, while yes, there has been progress, the honest truth is that there is room to grow and to speed up the process of both agencies collecting their data, how many employees are tasked with collecting the data. That's one of the issues, having the resources at each agency to be able to have the expertise to collect and share the data and to have online portals. So I know, like, for example, Department of Labor has an online portal where you can get a lot of their unemployment data. And the Department of Education has an online portal where you can just go look at the data and receive and download the data. But a lot of the other agencies do not. And so that's a challenge when you have to reach out to the agencies individually for that information.
Okay, I want to ask for some additional time in advance, Mr. Chair, because obviously these responses require in-depth information. So I just want to put that on the record quickly. In terms of, and I believe what you're saying, and do you believe, not to really continue along that line, but you believe that some of the reason that we still continue to see this silo collection of the data is not properly mined, or that there's lack of transparency in being able to provide the information in a public setting?
I'll take one stab at that. So one of the things that we see as, I think, a bright spot is that because we are very clear on what we're looking for, the indicators that are important for us, and we've worked with government agencies to show them, like, hey, if you give us this data, look at how we can present it back to you that is useful. I think that that's one of the reasons that maybe it's been a challenge in the past, is that our agencies haven't really understood the utility of the data and how other stakeholders are using their data. And so we'll take the VIPD, which is one of the agencies that we are working most closely with, because we are really committed to providing a profile understanding from, childhood to adolescent of the trajectory of our adolescent youth. And particularly our at-risk youth. But one of the things Annie Casey prioritizes that in the Virgin Islands we haven't prioritized is race-based data. So data on the demographics of children who are in the system, or young people who are in the system. And so sitting with our stakeholders and helping them understand that not only does this support our understanding as a community of who's being impacted and how they're being impacted, but it also opens up doors for philanthropic funding as funders look very closely to demographic data to make funding decisions and to prioritize regions that could include the Virgin Islands. But Saul, if you have another answer for that question, please feel free.
So we could move on from that, because my time is running. But I want to say that we've been collecting data, at least in the police department, going back many years, even with the demographical type of information. So I'm not sure why there was.
And there was a time when that data was rich, and I think there was a data analyst, and I was sitting at the table at the time. And when we went back now for Kids Count, that data it's very different.
Okay, good show. I wanted to understand if you were able to break down the issue of poverty in our community. Is there any granular assessment of when we say poverty? Are we looking at food? Are we looking at education? Are we looking at housing? Are we looking at money? And in this analysis that you have done, where are we seeing that poverty issue?
So I think poverty is defined by the federal poverty line. I think it's a very sort of linear factors that are taken into consideration to define. One of the things that I have challenged my team and challenged my staff is to really look at poverty differently for us, particularly here in the Caribbean. I think there are nuances about how we exist in the Caribbean in particular that demand a deeper interrogation and inquiry into what poverty really means for the average person. We know we have an incredibly high cost of living here in the Virgin Islands. And so I think it just requires deeper exploration to really understand what poverty means for us versus what it means at a federal level.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because I continue to be struggle since this information come out. Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up here. I continue to struggle with that whole poverty issue, because when you look at the amount of money that's coming in here post the hurricane and the pandemic in terms of SNAP, and SNAP EBT, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that came in through this territory, and I was challenged as to where that money went and who it benefited, if in fact we continue to see this high level of 36% of poverty in our communities. Anything that you have any response to that?
Dr. Santiago, do you
have? Nothing other than the amount of SNAP recipients has actually been growing, which speaks to the need, Senator. And so I guess the issue there would be the mobility, right? How do we get the residents, the community members from public housing receiving SNAP benefits to residential housing and employment?
Very well. And my last question, and I'll relinquish, is in regards to, in your comparison that was done here, I know that were chronic illness analyzed in any way, shape, or form during this analysis?
So I'll let you take that, but the Department of Health data was not as robust as our education data, but I can let Sal take a stab at that.
So in our report, we did receive information from the federally qualified health centers, so Frederiksted Health Center and St. Thomas East End Medical Center, and we did look at how many students received care. But as Deanna mentioned, in terms of like a breakout to the types of illnesses that the children may have been coming in for assistance, that we did not receive.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your work, and thank you for your responses so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity. Leniency.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. And I'd like to continue on that dialogue, because I think where the president was going is along the lines, if not with some additional focus, but more so I was very interested in the part that he was alluding to. What are we, once we have this data, what are we going to use it for? How are we going to move forward with it in order to find that solution that we're looking for, right? So that leads me to ask now, what specific goals do you have as the administrator of the data, St. Croix Foundation? Especially you have this new interactive dashboard that you mentioned in your testimony. How are you going to use this tool to further enhance the data and provide technically the government or stakeholders, mostly in the public sector at this point, if not to include the private sector partners who wish to help solve the problem, to find that solution that we're all looking for?
So I guess, because of where I sit outside of government, just outside of government, I'm actually really optimistic because I believe people can solve their own problems. And I think given a contextualized data where they understand where the priorities are, and I think part of what we've been doing to try to map the data where you understand where the hotspots are, you also understand concurrently where the resources lie, so where some of our nonprofits have deep pools of programmatic resources, oftentimes sit in places where there are not enough children. And so I think part of the work that we're trying to do is to sort of map it out for our stakeholders, both in the private and public sector. And I think when we did the summit, what was really encouraging for us is that we had public sector stakeholders who had never been in an interactive space like that with nonprofits, and recognizing in just 2 days that, oh my God, I've had all these assets and resources that I haven't been taken advantage of. And so what we hope to do is to be a facilitator and a convener for spaces like that, where community stakeholders who know what to do, who have resources, can leverage those resources against other folks that have maybe programmatic resources, and to figure out what solutions are relevant for the stakeholders, the children, the families that they're trying to support. So we feel like it's an organizational challenge. It's not a resource challenge. We think resources are there, but people are not in the right seats on the bus to actually align their resources with the need. And so that's what we hope to do through the work we're doing with the summit, is to bring stakeholders together to start building some coherence around how they are aligning those resources with needs.
Excellent. And I would even encourage you, if you have not done it already, to collaborate with our federal partners, especially specifically the ones who appropriate funding to this territory, so that they understand intimately what the issues are here on the ground, so that when they make their decisions on their level, they can accommodate our true needs based on data.
And we do that. We do that. We actually have, I think, the luxury to some degree of being very transparent and honest, and sometimes bold with our federal partners, because in reality, federal money is very expensive money. We always talk in our sector around the cost of the money. And so we have very honest conversations, and what we're doing is trying to sort of balance out the reliance on federal resources with a deeper investment from philanthropy, which is much more flexible funding that can support a lot of the work that we're trying to seed here around children and families.
Okay, thank you for your response. Next, we have Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You recognize for your
10 minutes?
I guess 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, because I see Senator Blyden got 10 minutes, so I was looking forward in getting just about the same amount. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon to testifier. I want to thank the foundation for all the work that they have been doing. I have some difference of question, but I still want to stick with data. How do you suppose we collide and put all our data together? Because we're pretty much 3 separate islands, and I think this is some of the problems that we're encountering, because you might get different data from St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John. How do we collide them to make them holistically so that we can understand what resources we need for the territory as a whole, versus St. Croix do one thing, St. Thomas do next, but when federal dollars comes in, it's pretty much one pot.
So I'll go first, and then, so we actually believe the opposite. We believe in place-based philanthropy. We believe in place-based investments. We believe every place is different, has a different ecosystem, has a different landscape, and sometimes I think our challenge is when we try to put it all together, we lose perspective on the individualized needs of a space, whether it's a neighborhood or an entire community. And so I think part of what we're trying to do is actually go more granular to understand in place, like places like communities in St. John have very, very unique needs compared to St. Thomas, but they're all in one district. And so how do we sort of disaggregate some of the data that we're seeing so we can have a real understanding of how to direct resources in place? So that's part of how we're thinking of it. I know as a territorial government, you have to think holistically about the entire territory. But for us, we actually think that the way that we actually start attacking some of the challenges on the ground is to actually go a little bit more granular.
In your testimony, you talk about your information you gather from census. And I'm quite sure we're aware that Pew said that the census, there was some high and some low, and it was mainly because of the pandemic. So would your numbers still be?
Saul, you want to take that?
Yes, there were, of course, pandemic-related issues with the census, but overall, it is our position that it is the largest survey held in the Virgin Islands, and that the data is largely reliable. And the way we come to that conclusion as well, Senator, is that we can look at other indicators. For example, the population numbers are in line with what we see in decline in school enrollment, both public and private schools. And so we do believe, and we looked at the data, and we did a whole deconstruction of the data in our book. We do believe it is generally reliable, Senator.
Okay, and in 2021, you indicate that the St. Croix Foundation signed its first of its kind 9 agency memorandum. Who are some of these agencies that came in partners and was willing to sign on?
I'll list some of the, most of them: University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, Department of Justice, Department of Labor, a Sports Park and Recreation, Housing Authority, and the Police Department.
Okay. I think those are the key players in this game. And overall, in your testimony again, you said overall the result representing the largest decline in student academic performance since the VID adopted the more rigorous, smarter, balanced assessment system based on national standard in 2016. Are you saying that the smarter balance is not good for us? And if so, what options do we have?
I can't speak. I can't speak to that. But Dr. Santiago works really closely with the Department of Education to collect this data. I don't think that's a corollary that we can draw from the data. But
yeah. So for the smarter balance, I wouldn't say the tool itself is the issue, Senator. The decline, we were using the same tool to measure across time since 2016. What we mean by more rigorous is a lot of the districts and states themselves switched to standards-based assessments right around the time we did. It used to be, if you remember, back when I was in school, it was like the Iowa testing. And so these are more rigorous tests, but we've been using those rigorous tests for some time now. And in the time that we've been using these more rigorous tests, this past year, or the numbers that we reported were the largest decline. And we attribute that to COVID and, of course, the lingering effects from major storms as well.
Testifiers, please remember name and title before you speak. Please proceed, Senator.
And what system did you say? Because we were talking about the smarter balance, but you said what system that with these rigorous testing we're talking about?
Yeah, the Smarter Balance is the new
Name and title. Name and title.
I apologize. Saul Santiago, Kids Count USVI principal investigator. The Smarter Balance assessments are the rigorous assessments that I'm referring to, that were implemented in 2016 and have been used at the end of each school year to measure student progress in all of the USVI public schools.
And then finally, some areas of your reports are 2, sometimes 3 years behind. How can legislature help you to get more accurate update reporting information, such as particular system and data collecting application? Okay, would be of help.
So I'll take a stab at that. There are very few places where I think we had 2 and 3, 4 years behind for our data book.
1 minute.
This was published in 2023, and there were some instances where we actually had 2023 data in this data book. But the challenge for us right now is resources. That's the largest challenge for us because we have a team of absolutely dynamic professionals that are all Virgin Islanders that do everything from collecting the data, compiling the data, working with government agencies, doing the graphic design, printing. Everything is done in-house for this process. And for us, one of the things that I can say is in my tenure at the foundation, I've been at the foundation 21 years, I've been at the helm for 10, and I have never sat before the legislature requesting money. I think maybe 15 years ago I did for something, but I think that Kids Count is a compelling ask for the territory considering the benefit it has for this body and for other stakeholders in the government.
So have you given thought in putting a reasonable budget in place to say that the legislature may be able to assist you in somehow?
Yeah, we actually submitted twice. We've submitted a proposal. I think it's a modest budget of $200 and I think it was $175,000 or $200,000. I can't remember. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it's a modest annual budget. We think it should be a line item, an annual line item, because of the return on investment for the government as agencies use that data to secure incredible levels of federal funding.
And may I wrap on this? You know, we have a source for you. The governor was trying to give some $200,000. We were knocking on his door, trying to get that money for you guys. But I do agree with my I do agree with the President, with all of the, social programs and different things that we have. I'm trying to figure out how do we still have this poverty here, because there's so much that you keep hearing different agency and folks saying that are coming in, programs from, and the SNAP, and you name it. So, and it baffles me when you hear the number with our poverty level. What?
I just think we have to interrogate it. I think we use a national standard to define poverty, and I think we have to have our own standard, and it requires us to do a deeper dive around data, around how people are living in real time, for us to really understand what the poverty. This is defined by federal standards, and we have to use those standards now. But I think there is a question that needs to be asked, much more detailed questions around poverty in the Virgin Islands, in the Caribbean on a whole, that I think would be illuminating to all of us. There are incredible challenges that our families face here because of our geographic geopolitical landscape here that places incredible burdens on families. But there's also incredible assets that I think don't get factored into that, like our social networks, family units that provide incredible supports in ways that I think nationally families don't have access to. So I think there is a question that's a question that has to be explored a little more.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we know we're going to get that money from. We're going to reach out to the boss. We're willing to give away 200. So we're going to find good use for that money. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. So we got a viable source to utilize. Noted. Noted.
Give it to our people.
Before we go to Senator Carrion, I wanted to know if the St. Croix Foundation is seeking any additional, I know you have a nucleus of partners and individuals that or other nonprofit organizations that you currently collaborate with right now, but are you still in the works in securing other potential partnerships and collaboration to further enhance what is known to be the data for the Kids Count data?
So Senator Francis knows, but we have every February, we host an annual philanthropy retreat where we bring national funding partners to the territory to meet our nonprofits with the hope of compelling national philanthropy to make deeper investments. One of the persistent challenges that we've faced is that national philanthropy deems the territory to be international. And as a result, we are not included in many, many funding opportunities that other marginalized, predominantly Black communities have access to. And so we are trying to change that by bringing partners here to understand our landscape here, our ecosystem, and the ways in which our way of living is almost exactly aligned with a lot of other communities, particularly in the rural South. And so, so that's what we continue to do to try to move the needle on additional resources so that one of the things that we talk to our nonprofits about is too much reliance on federal and local government money actually compromises the stability, long-term stability of organizations. And so we are looking outside of the territory for additional resources to support our nonprofits and the work that they're leading.
Okay, excellent work, and continue to move the marker forward and gain as much ground as you can. Senator Carrion, you're now recognized for your 7 minutes. Please recognize the microphone of Senator Samuel Carrion.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And I also want to commend you for the work you and your team have been doing and really gathering, compiling this data that is so crucial. And for me, really has been eye-opening, because sometimes you have an idea or you would see cases and scenarios that would, reveal that there is a need, there is issues. But when you see the numbers, that's why data is so important. When you see the figures, it really puts everything in perspective and gives us a real-time status of where we are. So I want to commend you and your team for this hard work. One of the things I was curious about is about the process. I mean, I know in your testimony you mentioned a lot about some of the challenges. But if you could explain to us how long does it take to compile this data and share a little bit of with us of what this process looks like. Because we're hearing from you, the report, we have the book, but the journey to get to this.
So I'll invite Dr. Scabriel. This is Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation President. I'll invite Dr. Scabriel to talk a little bit about the process behind the scenes for collecting the data.
I'm not sure. I think
not on?
we may have lost them online.
Oh, we lost them. Okay. So I'll take a stab.
Well, let me just go on a brief recess while we give media an opportunity to do so. Or we can move on. Okay, we can move on to another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So apart from while we wait for Dr. Abel to come on, you also speak about data sourcing, and I know that's some of the challenges. What can we as a government do better? I know in your testimony you spoke about standardization and how from department to department it could be very different, even though it's the same department, various district. And we see that sometimes in programs and services that are offered. So I'm not surprised to hear that in the data collection also we see that variety, which shouldn't be. So just share a little bit, what can we do better?
So you become our key data partner. A lot of the data that we get that we can't get directly from government agencies, we get from testimony given here in the legislature. And so what we would like to see happen is that we work more collaboratively together as you are preparing for Senate hearings with respective government agencies so that we can line up the indicators that we've presented to them with the information that you are seeking from them so that as you all collect data, we also have access to that data as well if we are struggling, and we do struggle with some agencies more than others to get their data in time. Every single year we try to get our data book out before December, and the reason that we keep having to push it back is because data is late in coming in. So I think working more collaboratively with the legislature as you are having Senate hearings and requesting data from government agencies will allow us to access that data as well.
And you mentioned about some of the MOUs you would have with some of the government agencies. Do you think that some of these agencies should have someone specifically responsible for data collection and follow that standard that should be established? And how would that assist in general?
Dr. Santiago, can you take that question?
I think it's frozen.
I think he's frozen. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, in regards to
time,
the agencies that you have an MOU with, should those agencies have someone assigned specifically for data collection, data monitoring, whatever title you want to call it, and how would that make this process much easier?
Yes, and preferably an exempt employee, because that's one of the challenges that we have is that every time there's a change in administration.
Non-exempt, then it'll be a classified.
Not exempt. That there's so much movement in agencies that we oftentimes have to rebuild connections and connectivity with the agency. We think data collection is such a key part of every single agency's operations that having a non-exempt employee that could hopefully provide some stability and continuity of operations, even as administration's turnover would be really helpful. And then also just the process of the MOU, we have to get it executed every 2 years. So any support we can get from any stakeholder to help us to get the MOU signed and get it through all the channels that it has to go through to be approved is, a welcome support.
And you mentioned also in your testimony
can
that...
I add?
Oh, sorry. Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
Sorry, good afternoon, Saul Santiago, Kids Count. To just expand on that answer, Senator, in our book, we did a little bit of an exercise in kind of talking about some of the proposed solutions, and they centered around standardization, which we discussed earlier in this hearing, training and transparency, which we've also discussed. And the training, to your point, Senator, there should be multiple points of contact and a system that is robust enough where one person leaving doesn't impact the integrity of the data collection or the integrity of the ability of the department to share the data to us and to other stakeholders, including yourselves.
Well, and also you did mention that some agencies, do not have readily available the public data or any report, which made it much more challenging. Can you share with us which are the agencies that are in that position that require the most work or don't have anything available, so that we know which ones require that extra support and assistance, or maybe it might be funding or whatever issue it might be, but we need to address those agencies and departments?
Saul, do you want to take that? I have mine,
just
but
in
I don't
terms
know
of
if you have the same.
Yeah, just I would kind of turn it around and just say that the two agencies that have robust online transparent reporting systems as of right now, Department of Labor has their VIEW system and Department of Education has their VIVIS system. And these two systems, while not perfect, do allow persons such as myself, the Kids Count team, and other stakeholders to be able to look at and download data. And I think that's what we should be striving for, the ability for stakeholders to get data, which is why we want to do our data dashboard ourselves, so that you can get the data, download the data without having to, go through a series of emails and phone calls and requesting the data. So, I want to highlight those two as examples of what we should be having as a standard.
And also, I'll just throw in that the one that is of particular interest to us is obviously VIPD, that needs an incredible amount of support, and because we think there's rich data to be mined there, and obviously we know that's an agency that's stretched to the limit, but we think that it's an important partner for us to really understand this opportunity youth demographic that we're trying to get a better sense of, like, where their needs are, where they started out. We're trying to connect the dots, not just with when they make contact with the criminal justice system, but also what led them to that point. And so that data is considered really rich data that I think a greater amount of support is necessary for that agency.
And just here in closing, I'm also thinking about the Department of Human Services, which deals with a lot of, we're talking from, from cradle all the way to the grave, that it's important to have status and have data within a department. So thank you for sharing that. I have some things that pop in my mind, but thank you, Mr. Chair, for leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for your line of questioning, and a point of information from Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. James, have there been any conversation or contemplation of perhaps designing a system for these various agencies, maybe commissioning some funding to be able to design a system and then, have the information provided by the respective agency?
Dr. Santiago?
Yes, we have a proposal. It's related to the dashboard, but it's an expansion. And I believe Senator Bolkes and maybe Senator Carrion, when they were at the Kids Count Summit, might have seen a demo that we conducted at the summit of what it could possibly look like. But the idea is to work with the agencies, collect the data from whatever repository they have for the data, and be able to feed that back into a centralized system and make it available in the manner that we've been discussing in the hearing today for all agencies. So it would be personally identifiable information. So just the kind of data that we report out in the Kids Count book across the different domains, but it would require, of course, a deep collaboration and agreement. But we do have a proposal in place for that standard.
Thank you for that question, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heileger, and before we give her 7 minutes, I wanted to follow up in tandem to the Senate President's inquiry, because, for instance, for the sake of this discussion, we know that the Virgin Islands has a large aging population and fewer children. The median age is mostly aging. And while St. Croix Foundation has been able to garner information and data concerning our youth, there's still this open space concerning our elderly. And if the data looks how it looks for the youth, I'm so curious to know how it may look for the elderly. And now I'll ask the question. Would the St. Croix Foundation even be open to acquiring data such as that, based on what the inquiry of the Senate President mentioned? Because obviously, once you get that data, it will cover, from youth to aging, basically.
Well, we say everything is connected to everything. That's
right.
So just inside joke, when we got this invitation and we saw the name of the committee, we were like, this is our everything is connected to everything committee. And we believe it's important. It's actually, it's more important now than ever before. And one of the things that it's not connected to Kids Count, but one of the things we are talking about separately at the foundation is exploration around identifying the territory as a blue zone. And part of the reason that we believe it's important is because we believe we have to ensure that our elderly people live longer while we figure out how to level things out on the other end of the spectrum with our young people. And so how we think about the care and welfare of our elderly population is directly tied to the conditions under which our children are living. And so, yes, it's obviously a matter of money to add to what we're doing around Kids Count, but it is something that is of interest to us at the foundation.
Okay, excellent, because technically there is a data void for that area, meaning the elderly area. So we would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're now recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of this territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. First of all, I do appreciate the nonprofit organizations that do their very best to serve this community, so I definitely applaud them. The first question I want to know, outside of the Casey Foundation grant of $75,000, if I recall from what I was reading,
it reduced to $60,000 this year. Sorry.
You have to let
to
let the senator finish. Okay. Okay. Please proceed. It's our first, Senator is our first time here with us. So she's going through some growing pains.
It's okay. It was a first time for me too. Outside of that, I want to ask, do you guys solicit additional funds? And if so, what kind of funds do you guys receive as an organization outside of the grants that you already get?
Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation. We do a lot of solicitation. The foundation, Kids Count is just one of many programs that the St. Croix Foundation leads. And so we try to secure funding from EDC beneficiaries. That's been a little challenging. We have a pledge that our founding board members made that sort of guides how we secure funding, and that is a pledge to minimize competition with our nonprofits. And so we work really hard. Most of my time is spent trying to advocate for greater investment from national foundation partners. So that is where most of our money, we've been really fortunate to have some support over the last 2 years from the Office of the Governor through some of the federal funding that has come through the territory. But for the most part, this was an unfunded liability, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Senator Heiliger, but I got a little excited when you said $75,000 because actually this year, NEKC reduced their grant to $60,000. And so that is, those are the kinds of challenges that we face on a regular basis to support this work.
And when you spoke about having it being challenging to get support from EDC beneficiaries, what are some of the concerns with that? Because I know part of the process that many of them have to assist with in helping the community, reaching out as part of the trade-off for us giving them huge tax breaks. So why do you find that particular area challenging?
I'm gonna try and not go off on a tangent, but to be really frank, we believe that the EDC policies have cultivated a culture of charity and not real philanthropy in the Virgin Islands. And so those contributions that are made, some EDC companies make well above and beyond what their allocated commitment is, and others do not. And there is no standardization, there's no tie to actual income that is made to the level of giving that happens in the territory. And so that's one of the conversations we continue to have with EDA around how the EDC policies have been established for the territory in support of our local nonprofits.
Well, sometimes when policies fail, laws prevail. So we might have to make adjustments in that area. In regards to Kids Count specifically, we spend a lot of time utilizing the data you guys provide to us. Can I just wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair?
Of course, Senator. Please proceed.
Thank you. We spend a lot of time utilizing the very data that the St. Croix Foundation provides us in regards to kids count. And one of the major things for me has to do with the poverty aspect of it when it comes to our children in this territory. Based on the data and research that you guys have collected, what exactly have you pinpointed is the greatest impact as it relates to the poverty of our children in this territory? And what possible solutions have you seen that could assist with having our children rise out of this poverty level? Because when you're telling me that 1/3 of our children in this population is basically living in poverty, that is a major concern for someone like me that is very, very serious about making sure our people are okay. So I want to know, pinpoint, what do you think is the direct correlation to that, and what possible solutions that we can do as lawmakers or as a government to help raise our children out of poverty?
Deanna James, Dr. Gabrielle, is she on the phone? I don't know if Anna Gabrielle is on, but I was going to ask her to take a stab at that. I mean, honestly, if you look at other places, when you really think about poverty, the great equalizer is education. And that's, I think that's at the core. Of course, health infrastructure is, obviously connected to that also, but educational systems are foundational for communities dealing with issues of poverty. And so I think that's where we think it, like a place where we can direct some focus and investment. And it's part of the reason we included Montessori School as one of the recommendations for thinking about how to provide additional academic resources beyond our conventional public school system.
You're talking about the way that they educate versus the standard form of education.
Yes. So the way that they educate it is much more progressive. We do a lot of work around a decolonized approach to philanthropy. And I think while our educational system is our educational system and it's funded by the U.S. Department of Education, we think that it's time for the Virgin Islands to explore much more progressive and maybe out-of-the-box approaches to educating our children.
I happen to agree with you 100%. And just to quickly wrap up, as we know, looking at even some of the numbers that come out of our education department as to how low our children are being educated in this territory, I could fully understand where your correlation to education and poverty exists. And until we could really focus on getting our children from those dismal numbers, because we had a hearing and I spoke to the Commission on Education in regards to the data they have showing that our children were below basic at 75% in reading and other areas. I think those numbers are very unacceptable. And unless we are serious about fixing our education problem, your data is going to continue being the same because we need to rise our children out of poverty. So thank you for your responses, and we will continue to support your organization because I think you guys bring valuable information that do help this territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
And thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heilager, for your line of questioning. And before we go into a burning question round, I do want to my colleagues are, problem solvers. So they always look for all of the trends that look like they're spiraling down, all the issues. But I want to shift gears a little bit and let's talk about bright spots. Just for a quick second, let's talk about positive trends. Let's talk about upward trends. What are some of the upward, positive, bright spots or trends that you have seen in the Kids Count reports, whether it's this specific year or throughout the years since you have been administering the Kids Count data book?
I don't know if Dr. Santiago is on the call still. Well, obviously, one of them that just jumped out at us was a breastfeeding rates here in the territory were highest in the entire nation. And we got a chance to sit with the Department of Health around the work that they do to actually support mothers. And when there was a crisis with formula in the country, the one place that didn't have a crisis was the Virgin Islands. And so you look at, like, you know, the dedication of our government workers who actually, you know, supported mothers, new mothers, to ensure that they extended breastfeeding so that they would not be negatively impacted by that. There are other bright spots that I think don't get highlighted in this data book is housing. So St. Croix, despite lower poverties, higher poverties, has one of the highest home ownership rates in the territory, actually higher than a lot of other communities of color. So that's an interesting bright spot, I think, for us. And then for us, a lot of the bright spots, we have a low, most recently low maternal mortality rate in a country that is experiencing incredibly high. I think it's one of the highest in the world, in America, particularly Black mothers. And so I think that's something that needs to be explored and interrogated a little more to understand why our rates are as low as they are. And we think the Caribbean has a story to tell around about this issue that I think could be instructive to other places. And finally, our nonprofit. So our nonprofit sector is one of the most dynamic, and despite the lack of resources, what they do with so little to support children and families, I think they are in many ways the unsung heroes in a lot of this work around children and families. And so I think they are an incredible bright spot that we try to highlight as often as we can.
Okay, excellent. That's good to hear because, you know, the work is ongoing and there are some issues that are going to take longer to resolve than others. And it's good to also hear about those bright spots, those upward trends. So be sure to promote those as much as you can as well. I think I see someone in the St. Thomas Chambers. I'm not sure who it is. I would like them to acknowledge. There's someone sitting in the chamber. Oh, that's the third. Oh, okay. So, okay, too early. Okay, never mind. I apologize. So, with that said, we're going to go into a 1 minute, not 1 minute, sorry, one burning question, and then we're going to move into the third block. Starting with anyone who has a burning question. Senator Blyden, you have one?
Not really, but let me ask. Yes, I do. In respect to your testimony, you spoke to 2,650 grandparents in a USVI. Based on the census, and you spoke about shrinking families, and you said half of those grandparents are actually looking at the children. Let me ask you in respect to housing and our housing crisis and many individuals not having a place to stay because family is everything and that's important. So how, based on the data, have that affected, number one, families in respect to families coming together and really growing as a family and having all of your members around you to support you? And secondly, how does that transcend to them basically feeling fulfilled, per se? Can you speak to that in a space? What does that look like based on the data?
We don't know yet, but it's a part of the puzzle that we're trying to get a little bit more insight around. And so, yes, you know, what's happening in our households is important to us. And when I was asked the question about sort of the territorial view versus the, you know, district view, it's part of the reason that we're trying to get a little bit more insular and a little bit more granular with how we're collecting the data to really understand what's happening on the ground in communities and neighborhoods throughout the territory, because we do think that data doesn't present enough context for us to actually draw conclusions, and that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Next, we have Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. for his burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. James, you spoke about, CEO James, you spoke about us being a perfect storm. That's a term I often use to describe a number of challenges that we're experiencing and the opportunities that we also have before us. You also spoke about the birth rate and the fact that there's a decline in the birth rates overall. As a matter of fact, I read a story where a number of diaper companies were closing down as a result of our lowering of our birth rates. But I wanted to ask you, in terms of your assessment, how do you see environment and social elements contributing to some of the challenges that we're experiencing?
So that's one of the indicators that we're actually adding to our Kids Count data book is climate and environment. We started conversations with Greg Ronell at UVI to support us in doing some heat surveys, collecting some heat survey data to really understand the environment and what the impact the environment is having on families and children. So it is an important component of how our children are doing, but we don't have that data so far.
Very well, thank you. And that's one of the connection I wanted to make with your work with the University of the Virgin Islands, not just with the green technology, but also with the Eastern Caribbean research area.
Thank you, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. for your burning question. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. What I'd like to ask is, how can this committee and the other stakeholders mobilize all of the data that you guys are collecting to, I guess, get a better outcome of our children? How do we use it? How do we mobilize it?
Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation. President, that's the question. That is the question. We are trying to just put people in rooms together to begin talking because we think we have enough subject area experts that have enough wisdom that I think when they're seated in the right places at the right time can solve complex problems. And so for us, activating the data, you know, we have a motto that we're using now to lead a lot of the nonprofit work that we're doing, and is that relationship is the revolution. And we get to see it every day when you put disparate or seemingly disparate nonprofits in the same room together. They figure out things in ways that we could never figure it out sitting in our boardroom. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to lean on the innate wisdom of our community and resilience of our community to solve complex problems. And what we recognize now after 34 years is the key role that we have as convener and facilitator of those spaces is a critical role for our community.
Thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, for your burning question. Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your burning question.
We just got lost here. So you mentioned some policies for us to consider, and one of them, I'm glad to say that the number one, I'm actually working on to amend the free tuition criteria, because we realized that if you didn't graduate at the last 3 years from a high school, then you're not eligible for a free tuition. So we've went back and we have that amendment ready to address that, because we have a lot of our children that went through a public school system, but because they didn't complete the last 3 years of high school, they are out. You know, so that's one that, you know, I'm honored to say that I have and I'll be bringing forward. We realize that, and I see the others that you've presented, but I guess the question that I have, you said that the demographic is shifting, and there is a concern that we have more aging population. Why and what can we do to change it around? Because, you know, in your testimony, you really sent an alarming message that in the next few years, what would that look like? And as we move legislation forward, the whole economic landscape of the territory will change and shift. So I know this is a huge question, but in the discussions you're having, what can we start doing now to change that demographic and change that trajectory that we're heading to? Because if not, we're going to be in huge problems here.
Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation President. Those are questions we sit around talking about every day. And we actually think we are sitting in the most opportune position right now because of where we exist. And that there are a lot of people that want to come to the Virgin Islands. There are a lot of places in the Caribbean that have much younger populations. We have to think about like opening up, you know, how we think of growing our community from outside, but more so regionally. Like my hope would be that we continue to think about regional demographics, populations that we can engage. There's opportunities around education. The flag that lies overhead that is, you know, part of our colonial status, which is an ongoing, you know, challenge for us, also presents an opportunity. There are a lot of people around the world that want to come here because of that. And so we think we have to think really long and hard about who we are attracting here, how we are attracting young families, maybe not necessarily Virgin Islanders, but others that we need for workforce opportunities. And then we also have to, like I keep talking about our aging population and how do we create an economy around them? And how do we think about ensuring that our aging population ages in place and ages well and healthy in place? And that is another piece. One of the other part of the demographic that we didn't look at is that our aging population is dying younger, that we are not living as long as generations before us. And so on so many scales, we are heading toward crisis. And so how do we, concurrent with attracting young families here, think about supporting our elderly population and how they're aging?
Thank you for sharing that insight. Listening to you, there's twofold, I guess. One is being able to attract and create the environment for that younger demographic to come in or to stay or to return to those that have left, but also finding ways to generate services for the aging population, because we realize that that's our largest population, so we need to focus and pay attention to them. Thank you so much for the work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, you're recognized for your one burning question.
Good afternoon once again. I'm going to put this quickly in two parts. Is there any government agency or agencies that your organization would like to get more data from to assist with you producing a much more informative product as it relates to Kids Count? And part two, for example, I do agree when you shared about us looking at alternative ways of education. Our children are advancing, our society is shifting, and sometimes the standard classroom setting might not be the most conducive for learning. What are your thoughts? For example, one of my pieces of legislation I submitted was to say, take a percentage, not necessarily remove it, but to identify a percentage of our education. Let's say we spend $100 million a year on education, and we say we want to take 5% of that and create a pilot program so children could be sent to other alternative types of schooling, and we track that progress to really have some serious data to compare it to the standard way that our children are learning versus different types of alternatives. Is that something that you see that we could be doing as a community in really trying to identify what is the best way to educate our children?
So yes, Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation President. So the reference that I made in the testimony to the Puerto Rico Public Montessori is very similar to what you proposed. And it's been just a raging success over there. And our hope is that we can put our contacts over there in contact with local stakeholders here to begin talking. They have built resources around training teachers so that those resources are available to us if we decided to explore something like that. We wouldn't have to travel to the States to train teachers. We have resources in Puerto Rico. But the lesson, the journey that they've been on is an instructive journey for us, I think, for creating, and it is by choice, so public schools can choose to participate or not. Parent, PTA associations have actually made the decision for a school to actually explore a new way of teaching and reaching children. And so we think it's it's not, they're not charter schools, they are conventional public schools where administrators and parents have made a decision to explore something different for their students. And they've been, I think they have like almost 100% graduation rate for the schools that have participated in the public Montessori program. And so it is one model. There are many, many other models, but it's one model that we have explored a little bit and think that should be considered here for the Virgin Islands.
Okay. And in regards to the government agencies, do you guys get full support, or are there any agencies specifically you would like to indulge with or connect with a little bit more so you could have more better data as it relates to Kids Count? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation President. Obviously, anything to do with Opportunity Youth. So our Department of Justice, our Juvenile Justice, and VIPD are the agencies that we are most interested in collecting data around. We really want to build a profile of our young people who make contact with the juvenile justice or criminal justice system, to sort of backtrack to see where they started and how we can start directing resources and investments early to serve as interventions before they make contact with the criminal justice system. So all of those agencies are the agencies we are struggling the most to get really rich data from, and any support we can get would be helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heilega, for your question. And that wraps up everyone who's here now. So we're about to close out. But before we do, I wanted to commend you and all of the members of the Kids Count Data Book team for your very thorough work on the Kids Count Data Book. And I know that you are always, based on this discussion today, always looking at ways to enhance and actually get more critical and clear data to be utilized. And I'm really excited about the Kids Count Summit and where that can lead for continued partnerships between the local government, nonprofits, and perhaps even private organizations, the private sector, because we need all hands on deck when it comes to our young people. And in fact, the option of potentially incorporating information and data on our elderly, which will be very important as well, and even the discussion surrounding potentially partnering with the legislature to acquire some of that information, which we get from the agencies, departments, and boards, etc., which may not always be able to come to you as easily as it comes to us. So I hope that that collaboration bears great fruit. The president is here. I would say corner him while you can and try to see how you can build that relationship if it already doesn't exist, which I know he's been working with St. Croix Foundation for, what, 35 years, you said?
34. We're not 35
Oh,
yet.
34, okay, all right. Yes, so I'm sure you and him have good rapport, and I'd like to...
Most days, no.
Most days. Let's try to see what we can do. Of course, that would be the president's and everyone's decision to make, but I believe it's an excellent suggestion. So I will give you 1 minute to close out so that we can close out Block 2, and then I see the individual for Block 3 is ready and waiting, so we'll go immediately into Block 3. You have 1 minute to close.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of our team and our staff. You know, St. Croix Foundation is not a big organization, and I know people think of us as a big organization. We are not. We are unendowed. We are a place-based foundation. We have to raise money every year like every other nonprofit, in addition to supporting nonprofits. And so it's a heavy lift, but I feel incredibly honored to lead this work. You know, like I said in my opening testimony, we did not seek out Kids Count. We have used Kids Count from the very beginning of the work that we did in education around educational reform at the beginning of my tenure, and the fact that we are now leading KidsCount is, it feels divinely ordered. We are committed to not doing it in any traditional way. We are really pushing the envelope to make sure that we are not just publishing a data book and taking a nap after, that we are really moving the needle on child well-being, and we want to be a model for other places. We believe we can, and the way that we look at this data, particularly the alarming data, is that it's baseline data, and that everything we do collectively can build upon that to actually create incredible models and learning for other marginalized communities.
Okay, thank you so much for your closing, and the committee is going to go on a quick 1-minute recess so that we can properly excuse you, and then we'll be right back for Block 3. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks shall go on a 1-minute recess.
We are back on the record. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion. You recognize for your motion, Senator Bolquez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to amend the previously adopted motion to include the date of the committee hearing and the time, September 20th, 2024, at the Fritz E. Lowette's Chambers on St. Croix at 10 a.m. I so move.
Properly moved by, the motion was properly moved by Senator Angel Bolquez, and seconded by Senator Carrion. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
You're recognized for your point of personal privilege, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and committee members, I wanted to put on the record that I've sent numerous written notifications along with my staff contacting VIG Operations LLC to attend numerous hearings. Some of these letters are dated January 16, 2024, February 26, 2024, March 20th, 2024, May 30th, 2024, and I want to express that I take no satisfaction in proceeding with this subpoena. It is a measure of last resort due to the continued lack of cooperation by VIGL Operations LLC. Furthermore, I must inform you that this is not the way that I would like to deal with VIGL Operation LLC. However, they have left me and the members of this committee with no other alternative. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Madam Clerk, can you please read block? Point of information, Senator Novell Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. While we're being transparent with the issue of VIGL, I think it's important to also underscore that I've received a phone call in this matter, and in fact, it is their intention to appear on the date and time schedule by this committee based on the subpoena, and that they have every intent to come and make a presentation as well as to address this matter within the public in regards to their progress that's being made and their intentions of the build-out of the Dr. Randall James racetrack in the very near future. But they are very much, inclined to appear before this committee at the scheduled subpoena time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just being, again, transparent in regards to the previous motion.
Thank you, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Point of information, Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want to share the same sentiments, and I saw that VIGL did make a press release in regards to the ongoing walk. However, we must pay attention that VIGL did have some setbacks, partly because of the government too. Partly because of the government, so we need to be fair about this. And with the press release, they say that they come to an agreement with a new person to bill out. They had waiting for all of this information from them, which they will be presenting to us in the very next presentation that we have. So I went on the opposite side and have no feelings or no ill feelings about the position that the chair and the rest of the members of the committee took. But I strongly believe that VIGL will be coming forward with some good information. I strongly believe that we're going to see a track built on the island of St. Croix and a proper track on the island of St. Croix by VIGL. That's my position. I have been in dialogue, talked to them on and off, and I sure do hope to see a presentation in the next hearing that's come. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, for your point of information. And this is a deliberative body, so each member has the right to put their position on the record. But in my case, as I mentioned previously, I am a bit appalled at the way that VIGL Operations LLC has decided to conduct themselves concerning coming before this committee to report on their obligations to build out that very same track. I take no satisfaction whatsoever in this, but it is the means to the end. And when they do come before us, we'll all be able to ask them exactly what we need to ask them concerning the status of this track, which is set back for far too long. Madam Clerk, could you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, the committee will hear testimony from the Paradise 48 Film Festival programs and services. Invited testifiers, Larica Jude, founder, Paradise 48 Film Festival.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I do see Miss Larica Jude in the chambers. Could you speak into the mic, please? State your name and title. One moment. Media Division, if we can please have the microphone of Miss Larica Jude recognized.
Hello. Hi, good day. My name is Larica Jude. I am the founder and the director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival.
Okay, excellent. All right, okay, we pan it in. Okay, good. So, Ms. Jude, we will have you read your testimony into your presentation into the record. Each time you're asked a question by a senator, you will state your name and title before answering their inquiry, okay? Okay, excellent. So you may now proceed, Ms. Jude.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chairman Angel Bolkes Jr., other honorable members of the Senate Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, and to the viewing and listening audience. Thank you so much for the invitation to appear before you to inform the committee and the listening and viewing public on the Paradise 48 Film Festival. I am Larica Jude. I am the founder and the festival director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival, or as we call it, P48FF. Just a little bit about myself. I graduated from All Saints Cathedral School in 2008, and then I later graduated from Full Sail University in Orlando with a Bachelor's of Science in Film, then a Master's of Fine Arts in Film Production. I later returned to the territory to become the Film Office Coordinator in 2017. After Hurricanes Irma Maria, I became a producer and interstitial producer for the Virgin Islands Broadcasting System from 2019 to 2021. It was during my time at Full Sail University during my undergraduate studies where I participated in a 24-hour film festival. And upon moving back to the territory, I decided to create a version of the festival just for the territory. So today I have a presentation. I just want to be able to share more about the festival and our initiatives. So you may ask, what is the Paradise 48 Film Festival? Well, the Paradise 48 Film Festival is a platform that is dedicated to celebrating the art of filmmaking in a unique format. 48-hour film festivals are not new concepts, but it is our version of a global event where filmmakers have just 48 hours in order to create a short film. And during this intense challenge, filmmakers must write, shoot, edit, and score all original short films in just one weekend. So from Friday at 8 p.m. to Sunday at 8 p.m., and they have to submit it by a deadline. The inaugural festival was founded in 2022, gaining the attention from filmmakers in the USVI and the BVI. And upon recognizing the rich cultural diversity and talent in our territory, we decided to expand the festival in our third year, which is 2024, to include participants from across the entire Caribbean. This regional expansion has allowed the festival to showcase a broader range of stories, traditions, and voices, making it a true celebration of Caribbean creativity and collaboration. And at this time, I would like to share with you a short recap of the 2024 competition, and that is on slide 1.
My clap, right?
Thank you. So that was just a short video just showcasing what the filmmakers have to go through in just 48 hours from inception to writing the film to completion, editing, and turning it in by the deadline. So Paradise 48 Film Festival, we are more than a filmmaking competition. This would take me to slide 2. In 2024, we introduced additional events to the festival. And our reason for adding these events was simply to provide a comprehensive cultural event that fosters connections and encourages learning. So we introduced the Real Connections Mixer this year, and it was held at the start of the festival week. And the Real Connections Mixer just provides a valuable opportunity for filmmakers, industry professionals, judges, as well as sponsors to connect. And this mixer helps build relationships that can lead to future collaborations and support systems within our local film community. For 2024, our guest judges held an impromptu pitch session from attendees of the mixer, and this interaction was a rare chance for filmmakers to showcase their work to influential figures who can offer guidance, mentorship, and potentially open doors for future projects. We later introduced the next day, we introduced the Real Talk panel discussion, which is our interactive panel discussion, and it offered attendees the opportunity to learn from industry experts who brought a wealth of knowledge and experience. Guest judges for 2024 included Cass Seegers, writer, director, producer, whose works can be seen on multiple networks to include BET+, Hallmark, and Lifetime. Eli Joshua Ade, who is a still photographer. He's known for his works on Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, The Color Purple, Creed 3, and many more. Virgin Islands producer Patrice Deschabert, who is the current head of development at Tempo Networks, was also part of that panel. And then finally, we had Bola Basamba, who's a director of photography, whose recent works can be found on Apple TV. The panel discussion featured film industry professionals who are currently actively working in the industry, who covered topics ranging from technical aspects of filmmaking to distribution strategies and the future of Caribbean cinema. One of the most significant benefits of attending the Real Talk panel discussion is the chance for audience members to engage directly with panelists through a Q&A session. And that interaction allowed for a deeper understanding of film and provided personalized guidance that was incredibly beneficial for filmmakers who attend at all levels. And then finally, we have our screening and award show. And the climax of the Paradise, which is the climax of the Paradise 48 Film Festival, and it is a highly anticipated screening of the top 10 finalists and their films. This showcase is a celebration of the hard work, creativity, and talent displayed by filmmakers across the Caribbean. The screening provides a platform for the standout films to be viewed by a live and virtual audience, industry judges, the local community, and fellow filmmakers. The screening is not just a viewing experience, but it is an interactive event where the audience actually gets a chance to engage actively by voting for their favorite films. The audience choice, or as we call it, the Paradise 48 Fan Fave, alongside the decision of the guest judges, helps determine the final award winners, creating a sense of shared celebration and community support for the filmmakers. The award show serves as the grand finale of the festival, and the event recognizes the outstanding achievements of the filmmakers with awards presented in various categories such as Best Film, Best Director, Best Cinematography, and much more. The award show is a moment of validation for these filmmakers, acknowledging their creativity, dedication, and skill under the challenging 48-hour time frame. Community involvement and impact. Next slide, please. The festival heavily involves local filmmakers, actors, and artists, offering them the platform to showcase their talent. Community groups are also engaged, with many students and amateur filmmakers taking part. This involvement helps to build a sense of community pride and unity as people come together to support and celebrate their local creatives. So businesses play a crucial part during the Paradise 48 Film Festival competition, and local businesses from cafes to hotels to unique industrial spaces, they offer their premises as filming locations. This not only provides our filmmakers with diverse settings, but also gives businesses the exposure and potential future customers. We also get logistical support. Businesses may offer parking spaces, storage facilities, or serve as meeting points for film crews, integrating themselves into the festival's infrastructure. We also get in-kind donations. Companies may provide goods and services instead of cash. For example, catering companies might supply food for film crews or event attendees. And then we have audience engagement. Audience participation is a critical component of the festival, with public screenings of the films. These screenings allow the public to view the films, vote for their favorites, and participate in the awards process. The screening also allows the public to view the films. Additionally, the use of social media and online platforms extends the reach of the festival, and it engages a broader audience and encourages more widespread participation. Next slide. Cultural enrichment and diplomacy. Next slide. So the festival serves as a powerful platform for promoting Caribbean culture by showcasing the region's unique stories, traditions, and voices. Our filmmakers are encouraged to draw on their cultural heritage, which helps preserve and celebrate the richness of our Caribbean identity. A distinctive feature of the Paradise 48 Film Festival is the requirement for each film to include specific cultural elements. And these required elements, such as a particular location, a character, a prop, or a line of dialogue, are carefully chosen to reflect the rich diversity of the region's cultural heritage. By mandating these inclusion of these elements, the festival ensures that every film produced not only tells a story, but also celebrates and promotes the cultural identity of the Caribbean. It also fosters creativity as our filmmakers find innovative ways to weave these elements into their narratives, which results in films that are uniquely Caribbean in flavor and spirit. The elements also serve to highlight the diversity within the Caribbean. With each team hailing from different islands, the ways in which these cultural elements are interpreted and portrayed can vary widely, offering audiences a rich tapestry of Caribbean life. By integrating required Caribbean elements into the films, the festival not only promotes cultural identity within the region, but also presents it to the world. As the films reach wider audiences through screenings and media platforms, they serve as ambassadors of Caribbean culture. The global exposure helps to elevate the Caribbean's culture profile and positions the region as a vibrant and vital contributor to the global arts and culture scene. And beyond the cultural promotion, the festival plays a role in cultural diplomacy by facilitating dialogue and exchange between different communities and nations. All of this can lead to greater understanding and appreciation of Caribbean culture worldwide, effectively making the festival an instrument of cultural diplomacy. Economic impact. So you may ask, how does the festival benefit the USVI? Next slide, please. Although the festival is only in its third year, beyond its cultural significance, the festival drives substantial economic benefits. P48FF has economic impact in two ways, through direct economic contributions and long-term economic benefits. When it comes to direct economic contribution, the festival contributes directly to the local economy through various revenue streams, including ticket sales, merchandise, etc. Local businesses such as vendors, hotels, and restaurants benefit from the visitors and participants. The festival also creates jobs for locals, providing a boost to the local job market. As the festival grows, we see the potential for greater impact. The festival has the potential to drive long-term economic benefits by boosting tourism. Our aim is to attract international visitors, and by this, the festival helps to position the USVI as a vibrant and dynamic cultural destination. Additionally, the festival can lead to increased investments in local and creative industries, further stimulating economic growth. And this is evident by a film that was shot in the territory in March, Scheme Queens 2, and those connections were made through the Paradise 48 Film Festival. Educational opportunities, next slide, please. The festival is not just an event, but an educational platform. It provides valuable educational opportunities through hands-on workshops that covers various aspects of filmmaking, such as script writing, directing, editing, and production. And this component is very important to me because these workshops are open to filmmakers of all levels. It offers a practical learning experience that enhances their skills and knowledge, providing local filmmakers with opportunities to learn from experienced professionals. Our aim is to partner with schools and the University of the Virgin Islands to integrate filmmaking into the educational curriculum, providing students with opportunities to learn and to apply their skills in a real-world setting, nurturing the next generation of Caribbean filmmakers. In the future, scholarships can be provided and offered to promising talents, enabling them to pursue further education in film. Internships can also be offered with visiting production companies to provide hands-on experience and potential career paths in the industry. Also, since we want to further engage the youth, we will host competitions specifically designed for young emerging filmmakers. Fundraising efforts. Next slide, please. Fundraising is a crucial aspect of the Paradise 48 Film Festival, and it is essential for its success and sustainability. Fundraising is an investment into the cultural, educational, and economic development of the region through the medium of film. Current funding for the festival relies on a mix of government support, corporate sponsorships, and revenue from ticket sales and submission fees. The festival has been blessed to have support from influential organizations from its inception. The USVI Film Office, the USVI EDA, VI Lottery, the BVI Film Commission, WTGX TV, Channel 12, MDM Inc., just to name a few. As time progressed and other major partnerships were established, we had VIA join, Tempo, Final Draft, and Coverfly, which is our standard industry screenwriting software, industry standard screenwriting software, and they became our first industry sponsor. Monies raised for the festival are used towards operational costs, educational initiatives, prize money, marketing efforts, and participant resources. While the festival offers numerous benefits, securing adequate funding remains a challenge for us. Limited local corporate options and competition from other cultural events for the same funding pool creates obstacles. Festival staff has been volunteering their time for the last 3 years, and as we transition, we want to just ensure that we give festival staff our stipends. Additionally, the economic constraints of the local community can make it very difficult to generate substantial revenue from ticket sales and donations. Each year, we set a fundraising goal since the inaugural event, and due to these challenges, we typically only raise about 40% of that goal. Not meeting these goals prevent us from executing the festival and achieving the goals we hope to achieve each year, such as I mentioned, paying stipends to our festival staff. Moving forward, we plan to address these challenges by having a dedicated fundraising team focused on securing long-term financial support. Leveraging government backing, such as tax incentives for sponsors, could also provide a significant boost. Finally, exploring new funding models, such as hosting fundraising events, securing industry partnerships, and private investments might offer additional revenue streams, ensuring the festival's sustainability. Future goals. Next slide, please. We have ambitious plans for the growth and development of the festival. Future goals include engaging more Caribbean islands, fostering a sense of pan-Caribbean unity through film. One of the key future goals of the Paradise 48 Film Festival is to transition to a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Achieving this status will provide the festival with several advantages, including tax-exempt status and eligibility for a broader range of grants and donations. As a nonprofit organization, the festival can attract more substantial and diverse funding sources, which will be crucial for expanding its reach and impact. The festival aims to grow by increasing the number of participating teams and films, making it a more significant event with broader appeal. We had teams from Jamaica and St. Lucia participate in the 2004 competition. We want to grow by increasing the number of participating teams and films from other islands, making it a more significant event. After the festival each year, everything is pretty much at a standstill until the next festival year. We wish to establish a year-round film program that would maintain momentum and provide continuous support to local filmmakers. These plans include plans to conduct workshops, panel discussions, and masterclasses that will enhance the festival experience, offering more opportunities for learning and collaboration amongst filmmakers. Long-term goals are planned to establish a film institute, which will provide a year-round education, resources, and support for emerging filmmakers across the region. This institute will serve as a hub for creative talent, fostering innovation and collaboration, and ensure that the festival's impact extends beyond the 48-hour event. Establishing partnerships with international film festivals and cultural organizations will also be a key focus. These connections can lead to co-productions, exchange programs, and greater visibility for Caribbean filmmakers on the global stage. Finally, while the 48-hour film festival competition remains the centerpiece of the festival, we plan to introduce a new format, adding new categories and challenges that extend beyond the intense two-day time frame. These expanded competitions will allow filmmakers to explore different genres, styles, and storytelling techniques, providing more opportunities for creative expression and participation. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I would like to speak from the heart about why the Paradise 48 Film Festival is not just an event, but a beacon of hope and opportunity for our region. The arts and film in particular are the soul of our society. They tell our stories, they preserve our culture, and they help us understand who we are as a people. Yet too often, the arts are overlooked and undervalued when it comes to funding and support. We must remember that a thriving art scene is not a luxury, but a necessity for a vibrant, healthy community. Our local filmmakers are bursting with talent and ideas. They carry with them the stories of our islands, our people, our triumphs and struggles. But without proper support, these stories may never be told. Paradise 48 Film Festival provides a crucial platform for these voices to be heard, for these visions to be realized. We are proud to offer this opportunity to be a spark that ignites the flame of creativity across our beautiful Caribbean. It is crucial to understand that our focus cannot solely be on attracting external productions to our shores. While these do bring economic benefits, they are only a part of the equation. We must equally, if not more vigorously, invest in fostering the talent within our own communities. Our goal should be to create an ecosystem where local filmmakers can thrive, where Caribbean stories are told by Caribbean people. This festival is a vital step in that direction, providing not just a showcase, but also education, networking, and opportunities for our homegrown talent. Your support can be the difference between a dream deferred and a dream realized. It can be the bridge between potential and achievement. And by backing the Paradise 48 Film Festival, you're not just supporting an event, you're investing in the cultural and economic future of the islands. Imagine a Caribbean known not just for its beaches. Imagine the Virgin Islands known not just for its beaches and music, but as a hub of filmmaking. Picture our stories reaching global audiences and our filmmakers standing shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. This vision is within our reach, but we need your help to grasp it. So I sit before you today, not just as the organizer of the film festival, but as a filmmaker and as a voice for every aspiring filmmaker in the Caribbean and in the USVI. I ask for your support, your engagement, and your belief in the power of our stories. We can turn the Caribbean and the Virgin Islands into a beacon of cinematic excellence. Together, we can ensure that our voices are heard, our visions are seen, and our stories touch the hearts around the world. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and hopefully your support. And as I show this final video, I'm excited to share with you a recap of our festival week this year, showcasing the incredible talent and passion of our filmmakers and the vibrant community that comes together to support them. So we're going to show our final video, our 2024 festival recap.
Anybody who's writing, write this phrase down. Eat at the table where love is served.
You guys are the brave ones, right? You're the brave ones. So take that bravery. Don't allow even yourself to tell you, this isn't a good idea or this won't make it. Filmmaking, being creative is exercise. It's just like going to the gym.
You can make it happen, and you don't have to wait for major networks. You can create your own. You don't have to wait for somebody to tell you yes and greenlight your story. You can make it and put it out there.
Don't ever give up. And when you have an idea, when you have a vision, that vision was given to you for a reason. It came to you for a reason.
No choice but to award Best Picture to the Jamaican team, Joel Miller Productions, Cairo Spirit.
All right, that was excellent. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying thank you. You're good.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you. I should say thank you for the effort and the focus, and getting so many talented people together must be quite the task, just to get all these filmmakers all in one place, in one room, and even a 48-hour time frame just to produce a quality length movie of sorts is difficult. I have my camera filming my son. I can't keep up with him. He's running all over the place. I can only imagine how hard it is. But, I want to commend you for your efforts. And some of the senators were inquiring about the film festival. So you might see a few of us, if not all, popping up. So be sure to reach out to the legislature and see if we want to. I know I couldn't attend because I was outside of the territory, but I can see that it was a very successful turnout based on that video. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
We're going to open up for a line of questioning concerning what you have presented here before us today. And I wanted to just quickly start off. Do you have a sort of a directory of the amount of filmmakers that you have dealt with? You know, specifically, I'm not sure if you're only dealing with one district or not, but how many filmmakers were really a part of this whole film festival? How many, if in fact they are by district or island, can you share that information with us as well?
Sure. So Larika Jude, founder and director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. In our first 2 years, we actually had the competition between the USVI and the BVI. So we had about 100 filmmakers from all the different teams between the two territories participate. And as we expanded in our third year, so this year we not only had it in the USVI and the BVI, but filmmaking teams in St. Lucia as well as Jamaica participated. And so I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, but my last tally that we did, it was probably about 120 filmmakers based on all the teams. We had over 13 teams participate. Some did drop out at the last minute, but other teams joined together. And the tally of all the filmmakers came out to be about 100, 120 filmmakers.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're talking about native Virgin Islanders, right?
In the USVI and the BVI, yes. In the other islands, St. Lucia as well as Jamaica, we have Jamaicans participating and Lucians participating. So the festival is opened now to the entire Caribbean. It's not just US Virgin Islanders or filmmakers from the BVI.
Okay, that's excellent. I appreciate that. And I'm going to move forward and let Senator Marvin A. Blyden proceed with his 4 minutes for his line of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Director Jude. And congratulations. Congratulations. I like what I saw. When did you expand to the Caribbean, to the wider Caribbean? When did you expand to the wider Caribbean?
You asked why did I expand?
When?
Oh, this year. This year was our first year expanding to the entire Caribbean.
And a film festival is different, it's unique, it's necessary. Let me ask you, because you spoke to the power of storytelling, and film brings that across well. I know many times as we stroll through different channels on our television, etc., you see many different stories from them, many different cultures, backgrounds. You see many different food shows, you know, and many different aspects of different societies. And what do you, in addition to the film festival and many of the training and many of the other partnerships with other filmmakers in the territory, what do you envision, or can you envision, for instance, a cultural film of the territory and or wider Caribbean in terms of being on a major stage or creating your own space on a network, etc.? Can you speak a little about that?
I just want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking, sorry, Larika Jude, director and founder of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. You're asking, what do I envision on a whole for the future of filmmaking in the entire Caribbean on a global stage? Is that what you're asking?
The Virgin Islands and including the wider Caribbean, yes.
Okay. So for our well, what I envision is, I envision a region where our territory is boosting and it's booming actually with productions in the territory. Right now, our film industry here is not, we had our first major feature film being shot here earlier this year, March. and that's someone, a production coming in to the territory. Many times and often we see whenever they represent Caribbean culture or Caribbean people in films and movie shows, we notice that the accent could be wrong. Little things that they showcase about the culture, we notice, okay, that's not really what happens down here in the islands. And so my vision, what I envision is filmmakers here in the territory as well as in the Caribbean, we putting on our own productions, and on the level of where we might end up seeing our movies, our films on networks, streaming networks like Netflix, or even, let's go beyond streaming in theaters itself. And we're accurately portraying our culture. We're hearing the authentic accents. We're seeing the authenticity of Caribbean culture on a global stage. So that is my vision. I do, while, like I mentioned earlier in my testimony, while it's great that productions come in, I'm kind of hoping that we look beyond productions coming into the territory. We actually start here at home and we start showcasing our stories more on a global stage. And that way it will, that way it will just provide that authenticity for everyone to enjoy.
And in closing, let me basically state in respect to your year-round program, that makes sense, and also transitioning into a non-for-profit organization. I think that's going to expand your reach and help you in terms of funding and being sustainable in the long run. And again, thank you for what you're doing and continuing doing that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Blyden. Before we move forward to Senator Francis Jr., I wanted to ask you, with the film festival, have you collaborated? Because I'm assuming most of the experts in that area are in their 20s, probably, if I might ask that.
I would say probably 30s, late
20s,
20s, 30s.
Okay. Have you, reason being I'm asking is, have you considered reaching out to the Department of Education to see if during your film festival, which I assume happens once a year, right, that you may want to consider including a segment where you can have sort of like those 10, 11, 12 graders who are interested in the field be a part of it, like a separate division of the competition. I think that that would be very good to sort of encourage the next generation that have a passion for that field to potentially participate, because we see, just by seeing the slides, I can see that there is a strong population of filmmakers here in the Virgin Islands, and of course with the expansion that you've been doing throughout the Caribbean and continue to have, you're going to be bringing in a lot of different aspects of the culture of filmmaking that are going to be very beneficial for the Caribbean. So I'm just suggesting that, something that you could consider just to encourage the next generation. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. And thank you, Ms. Jude, Director Jude, for your testimony, a very comprehensive testimony and presentation today. Good work, I must say. Can you share with me some of the team during those 48-hour short film presentation? What was some of the team that was presented?
Larika Jude, Director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. You're asking me what are some of the teams?
Yes.
So we've had, you're referring to teams on St. Croix, St. Thomas, like the names of the teams? Is that what you're asking? Just want to make sure I'm clear.
Not just the name, but you spoke about doing the cultural films, what was done, what the films that were done, what were you representing?
The themes or teams? T-E-A-M-S or themes?
Themes of the short stories, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, understood. So we have elements that we require in the films each year. And this year, our themes, our elements that we had a line of dialogue, we had a prop, we have a
No, he's become proper.
famous landmark. Pardon?
I apologize.
A famous landmark.
I apologize.
proceed. Go ahead.
Please
Go ahead.
proceed. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. A famous landmark and a character. So our character this year, our prop was an oil lamp. Our character this year was a local drunk. Our line of dialogue is empty barrels make the most noise. And our famous landmark was a graveyard. So that, as you can imagine, those random elements led to some very interesting and creative use films. So as far as the themes, the teams also get the opportunity to select their genres. So at the start of the competition, we have a kickoff event and we have a spinning wheel and they're able to select their genres. So each film actually has a different genre. So what might be a horror might be completely different. They have to use the same elements, but that horror film would be completely different than a romance film. And so the themes of the films just varied across the board, just depending on the genre that they received, and of course how they utilize their elements.
Very well, thank you for that. And I would imagine that you said, can you talk a little bit about how this is done? Obviously, you said that it comes, I guess they come in on a Thursday or Friday and give them the instructions, and then they have to prepare all of this. So they come, there's no preparation, and they just simply have to then select whatever theme they're using to then make a determination how they prepare themselves on the spot, impromptu.
Right. So Larica Jude, director of the festival, Paradise 48 Film Festival. Yes, that's actually the most exciting part of the competition itself, is that while they are creating these films in 48 hours, they register in advance. But to prevent them from actually creating anything in advance, these elements are not revealed until the kickoff event. So the event happens, the competition happens from Friday at 8 p.m. to Sunday at 8 p.m. So about 6:30 on that Friday, the teams join, whether they're joining virtually or they join in person. And we go through the rules, we kind of break down the competition, just provide them tips. And then we do like a genre selection process in which they'll have to spin the wheel. And whatever they land on, that's the genre of the film. And after all the teams have selected their genres, we then reveal the elements. So my team and I, we come up with the elements a few weeks beforehand. And those teams, everyone gets the same elements. And so we reveal the elements. And then after they get that, as you can imagine, it's a rush to try to get everything started. So from that first night, teams are working, they're going to the writer's room, they're writing, creating their scripts to include these specific elements. And that actually leads to the creativity of the festival. So they don't get anything in advance. They don't know anything. What they can do is they can prep, they can try to find possible locations. They can also crew up and get equipment, but that's the extent of it beforehand.
Okay, so the equipment is provided for them, or they have to come with their equipment?
They come with their own equipment.
They come with their own equipment. Okay, and real quickly, are you familiar, or were there any dialogue or conversation with the Department of Tourism, EDA? Are you familiar with the STARS Act under the EDA, as well as the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts? Have you been having any conversation with those type of entities?
Larica Jude, director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. Yes, I have. Actually, the EDA, the USVI, Department of Tourism, as well as the EDA have been our biggest supporters from the inception of the festival. As far as the STARS Act, yes, I'm familiar with it. However, this festival wouldn't really fall under the STARS Act just because the STARS Act is incentives for productions coming in, and they have to reach a benchmark like $200,000 before they can even qualify for those incentives. So this competition wouldn't really align with that. However, our larger goals for the festival itself, where we are now attracting productions to come to the territory, they would eventually be able to qualify for those STARS Act. And that's how we're going through right now, actually, with the film that we shot here in March. we're going through that whole tax incentive process currently.
Not a problem. I just wanted to make sure that you're touching all bases. So tell me, are you a 501c3 or not?
No, not yet. We are currently working on getting that status secured.
So that's very important. Again, if we, as from the legislative body, if we will be able to support that type of entity, you'll need to be a 501c3. So I'll suggest that you try to close the loop on that particular issue. So can you share with us, what's your ask today? Or what is it that you're seeking outside of making us aware of the Paradise 48 Film Festival? What is your ask today?
Well, our main ask is ask for support. Support means obviously through funding. This is a major undertaking each year. And as I mentioned previously in my testimony, that what happens is we tend to, our budget, when we have a budget, we set a budget each year. And it's typically about, we don't reach our goal. We have, let's say my budget is about $60,000. I would not reach out, probably get about $30,000. So we have that deficit there. And so being able, as we move forward and we turn into a 501c3 organization, that nonprofit organization, and we aim to seek additional sources of funding, I think just having the support of the legislature would be a benefit to us, knowing that we have the government support of this festival, because honestly, the festival isn't just for me, it's not just for my colleagues, it's for the entire Virgin Islands, and that's our goal. We aim to make the USVI be that hub for creativity. And so I'm just asking just for your support overall of the festival itself. And just to recognize that, you know, as a filmmaker, growing up, it's always the track was being a doctor, being a lawyer, filmmaking, and those creatives, are important. Creativity is important as well. And I didn't really have those avenues. So just being able to provide that support so we can create those avenues for other future filmmakers in the territory is very important to me.
Absolutely. I love the passion, and certainly I love the creativity and innovation, and I am in full support of that. I just want you to understand the process by which this entity will definitely be able to support you, at least in the financial aspect of it, and it will be required to have that 501c3, as well as you submit a proposal, and certainly we'll be more than happy to work in terms of ensuring that you get some funding to support this endeavor. I think is great. And we look forward to being a supporting cast moving forward. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. And to that extent, in the interim, Ms. Jude, you and your organization can also try to utilize innovative ways of utilizing the 48th Film Festival to collaborate, as mentioned by the President, with the Department of Tourism. Perhaps there can be some sort of theme-based, as he mentioned, a theme that would align itself to what the Department of Tourism is looking for. They're looking for footage to market, and cultural footage to be utilized, B-roll footage to overarchingly market the Virgin Islands to an outside audience, which would be tourists, so that they can come in and build our economy. So perhaps some of the themes can be, how would you market the Virgin Islands, and utilizing, if not some or all or the winning video, as long as the filmmaker understands, to be submitted to the Department of Tourism, so that funds, they may, if they do approve or want to utilize the video, they will go into some sort of contract with you in the sense of providing you with finances for utilizing the video. So that can also help the filmmaker, in addition to the organization, to have some sort of funds to utilize for operations, something to consider. Okay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Jude.
Good afternoon.
You bring a breath of fresh air. And you also bring hope. Because when I see young people and listening to you talk, I'm just here in a maze of awe. And I appreciate what you bring here today as a young Virgin Islander. But what my president said to you, I think is the most important thing. When you leave this chamber, you do everything you can do within the next few days to get that nonprofit organization, that 501c3. Because that is what's going to open that door for that assistance from this government. I can't see nobody telling you no. I'm being very straightforward with you. I can't see it. But without that, because we have to also be accountable for what we do with that resources that we give to you. And there's no doubt that you can see that there's a need for it. And you are onto something here. And the Caribbean, especially the Virgin Islands, is not known throughout the world the way we can be. In our culture, our festival, just our food, nature of this territory, you have something in front of you that you can just open up the holes, break that glass ceiling. And I agree with you, the STARS Act, we need to probably look at it because we keep talking about cultivating from inside out, but our laws attracts outside in. So we definitely need to look at it to make sure that you're eligible to get a part of it. And when they come in, they come through you and work from that aspect. But I'm very pleased here, and I must say last year I hired a young lady that's probably in the same area you might know by the name of Sydney Cornwell. She worked with me for the summer, and she was so interested in filming. I gave her a summer job, but I sent her to WTJX, where she was handling the cameras and everything like that. And I was looking so forward to bringing her back again this year, to send her there again because of the same inspiration that you have. You know, so I don't have a lot of questions to you, but I would like to know, you said you plan to apply for that nonprofit. How far are you with that nonprofit organization? How far are you? Have you started putting the package together? Have you got your account open and stuff like that?
Hi, Larika Jude, director of the Paradise 40 Film Festival. I am actually currently, after this meeting, transparently, I am meeting with my team, and we're going to be working on starting getting that process, because normally we would have the festival annually, but what we're doing is we're actually taking a leap year, a gap year off. So next year, 2025, we're actually working on building the infrastructure of the company, just making sure that that organization, everything is in order before we come back at the top of 2026. So as soon as I leave this hearing today, I'm heading to speak to my team, and we're going to, just meet with each other and figure out our next steps in order to secure that that organization status.
That is the most important thing here. I listened to you, and I'm really impressed with what you said here, your presentation. You look like you graduated 2018. It said 2008. It said 2008. But it looks like it's a typo 2018. But you sure do present yourself, and your presentation is just very, very appreciated in what you brought here today, the message you brought here with this 48th Festival. I wish you guys the best, and we definitely, as member of this body, want to help you. But it starts with that nonprofit organization. That's the main thing. And again, the president said to you about tourism. Tourism have a wide door of opportunity for you to give the Virgin Island exposure just with this 48-hour film. When you talk about festival, when you talk about the food fair, when you talk about a racetrack, our culture is deep and people don't even know about it. And this 48, some of those things should be on that wheel so that you could do a theme about the horse racing, especially on the islands in Thomas, how people prepare for this. Carnival, how people prepare for it. 4th of July, how people prepare for it. Some of these things need to be on your wheel because it will sell the Virgin Islands. And again, like I said to you, they can't say no to you. But you just got to get that done. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I wish you the best. And I assure you this legislature definitely want to be behind you and support you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, for your line of questioning. And I wanted to to ask a couple questions myself concerning the long-term goals. You alluded to it in your testimony of making the Virgin Islands a Caribbean hub. How do you foresee that manifesting itself? What needs to be done for that to happen, to create that hub that you're speaking of in the Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Larika Jude, Director and founder of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. What I imagine making the Virgin Islands this hub, well, let's start. We know, for example, we have other film festivals, Cannes Film Festival, the American Black Film Festival, which I actually attended for the first time this year. We have TIFF, which is in Canada, Cannes is in France. And these festivals attract audiences. The bodies of work that, well, filmmakers, we have goals. And our goals as filmmakers to present our work is once we shoot the film, we edit it. Our goal is to enter these films into film festivals. And so while initially we have a 48-hour film festival, what our plans to do in the future is to actually expand it and go beyond just those 48 hours. So as I mentioned, we want to be able to create not just the 48-hour film festival, but create short film categories, feature-length film categories. And that way, because if we align ourselves with other film festivals that have been established, that's been around for many years, in aligning ourselves and now presenting and providing the opportunity for filmmakers to submit their films to our festival, that's just one way that we can create that avenue and solidify ourselves here in the Virgin Islands as a hub, because that's going to attract people. So the same way they would spend thousands of dollars to head to France to go to Cannes, same way they could spend those same thousands of dollars and come to the Virgin Islands, because our festival will actually have that notoriety and that level of importance that they would want to submit their films and then attend. So that's just one way that I imagine the Virgin Islands becoming a hub, as well as those we talk about external productions and just having production itself. Atlanta is one of the most recent as far as becoming a hub for filmmaking. You know, we had New York, we had Hollywood, and now Atlanta have emerged as another hub for filmmaking. In the Caribbean, I mean, the Dominican Republic has production studios. We need those resources here. By having the resource like a production studio, having the ability to showcase our locations, to showcase the viability of the Virgin Islands as a filming location, I think that will also put us on that stage of, okay, we want to shoot a film. Where can we shoot the film? Oh, the Virgin Islands. I know they have these resources. Let's shoot there. I think that's definitely a step in the direction of us being a hub for filmmaking in the Caribbean.
Thank you so much for that very comprehensive explanation. I have to say I'm very, very impressed with you and what you've been able to accomplish. When you first walked in the chambers, we thought you just got out of high school. And when I looked at the paperwork, you already graduated from college with your bachelor's in science and film. And a master's in fine arts, film production. So you have a very, very deep passion for this, and you're continuing your work to very soon bring it to the nonprofit sector, as it has been suggested here by our honorable senators, and they will not guide you wrong. Stay on course, stay focused, bring people together, unify them, and get the job done, because we have a lot of stories to tell here. We have a lot of feature films to make. We got Three Queens feature film. We got 1733 feature film. We have a Caspar Holstein feature film. We got General Bodo feature film. What else we need? We got all kind of feature films that we could have here in the Virgin Islands that are shot, produced, and exported to the world. Matter of fact, just recently, maybe a year ago, there was a feature film about Oppenheimer. And the reason I bring up Oppenheimer, because on the island of St. John, there's a beach called Oppenheimer Beach. I'm not too fond of the name because Oppenheimer is the father of the atomic bomb. which is responsible for killing millions of people. I don't believe that that name should be on that beach, but that's another story. But in fact, you know, that is a feature story that still is connected to the Virgin Islands in some way, shape, or form. So there are many, many different avenues that we can actually tap into just through filmmaking that help expand our cultural heritage and tradition to the world, not just to stay here, because Virgin Islands people are powerful people. We make a lot of things happen and have made a lot of things happen throughout this world. And I'm gonna say something, I'm cracking a little joke here today because I don't know what you did when you walked in here, because my voice sung really good today, and the film looked like you're on 4K today. I think the media division was just happy to see you, and they just put something on my voice here. I sung it like Barry White today. But definitely I want you to know that we appreciate you and the time that you have taken to come here to share with us about the film festival. And we're looking forward to seeing you again once you dot your I's, cross your T's in that sense, based on the suggestions that were given. And hopefully, you know, of course, I'm only one vote, but you will have mine when the time comes, if it comes, to support your organization. And I want to give you at least 1 minute to close out, where you can make your closing statements. If you want to thank anyone for some reason, please include those as well.
Larika Ju, Director of the Paradise 48 Film Festival. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to come here and share a little bit more about the organization. As you mentioned, as many of you have mentioned, you can tell the passion that I have behind this, and not just as an organizer, but as a filmmaker myself. If I could enter my own competition, I would, trust me, because I'm just passionate about bringing these stories to the forefront and helping and educate other filmmakers here in the territory, as well as the younger generation. Because, you know, as I mentioned before, this isn't it's not generally pushed as far as, hey, you need to go to school to be a filmmaker, because we all know the trope of struggling artists. But the arts are the center of society, and I think that with this festival, we do have something great, and I'm happy to be able to present that to you guys, and I'm happy to be able to provide the platform to filmmakers here in the territory as well as the Caribbean. It just excites me, and thank you so much again for the opportunity to just share about the Paradise 48 Film Festival to you guys.
Excellent work, and thank you so much. So we're gonna close out today, and I wanna thank you colleagues for being here with us today. The committee and all non-committee members that participated, central staff, of course, our media division. Daddy Jones, whatever setting you have on me today, I like it. Keep that one day. Keep that one. And also to my staff for all of their hard work and dealing with me at times. And last but not least, to the listening and viewing audience who are attending virtually and via radio airwaves. Thank you for tuning in. Oh yeah, happy Labor Day, yes. Thank you, Mr. President, yes. Happy Labor Day, we're going into a Labor Day weekend. Everybody have fun, please drink responsibly, spend time with your families and loved ones. It's a time for us, for all of those hard-working individuals. I didn't keep our hair past 5, so don't rough me up. But all the hard-working individuals throughout our government, public sector, and private sector. Please enjoy your Labor Day weekend. God bless you. God bless the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is now adjourned.